Chapter 7 of Miss Cayleys' Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Barbara Edelman. Miss Cayleys' Adventures. Chapter 7. The Adventure of the Unobtrusive Oasis. I will not attempt to describe to you the minor episodes of our next 12 months, the manuscripts we typewrote, and the Manitous we sold. 'Tis one of my aims, in a world so rich in bores, to avoid being tedious. I will merely say, therefore, that we spent the greater part of the year in Florence, where we were building up a connection, but rode back for the summer months to Switzerland, as being a livelier place for the trade in bicycles. The net result was not only that we covered our expenses, but that as Chancellor of the Exchequer I found myself with a surplus in hand at the end of the season. When we returned to Florence for the winter, however, I confess I began to chafe. "This is slow work, Elsie," I said. "I started out to go round the world. It has taken me 18 months to travel no farther than Italy. At this rate, I shall reach New York a grey-haired old lady in a nice lace cap, and totter back into London a venerable crone on the verge of 90. However, those invaluable doctors came to my rescue unexpectedly. I do love doctors. They are always sending you off at a moment's notice to delightful places you never dreamt of. Elsie was better, but still far from strong. I took it upon myself to consult our medical attendant, and his verdict was decisive. He did just what a doctor ought to do.
"She is getting on very well in Florence," he said, "but if you want to restore her health completely, I should advise you to take her for a winter to Egypt. After 6 months of the dry, warm desert air, I don't doubt she might return to her work in London."
That last point I used as a lever with Elsie. She positively revels in teaching mathematics. At first, to be sure, she objected that we had only just money enough to pay our way to Cairo, and that when we got there we might starve, her favourite programme. I have not this extraordinary taste for starving. My idea is to go where you like and find something decent to eat when you get there. However, to humour her, I began to cast about me for a source of income. There is no absolute harm in seeing your way clear before you for a 12-month, though, of course, it deprives you of the plot interest of poverty. "Elsie," I said in my best didactic style, I excel in didactics, "you do not learn from the lessons that life sets before you. Look at the stage, for example. The stage is universally acknowledged at the present day to be a great teacher of morals. Does not Irving say so? And he ought to know. There is that splendid model for imitation, for instance, the clown in the pantomime. How does the clown regulate his life? Does he take heed for the morrow? Not a bit of it. 'I wish I had a goose,' he says at some critical juncture, and just as he says it, pat, a super strolls upon the stage with a property goose on a wooden tray, and clown cries, 'Oh, look here, Joey, here's a goose,' and proceeds to appropriate it. Then he puts his fingers in his mouth and observes, 'I wish I had a few apples to make the sauce with,' and as the words escape him, pat again, a small boy with a very squeaky voice runs on, carrying a basket of apples. Clown trips him up and bolts with the basket. There's a model for imitation. The stage sets these great moral lessons before you regularly every Christmas, yet you fail to profit by them. Govern your life on the principles exemplified by Clown. Expect to find that whatever you want will turn up with punctuality and dispatch at the proper moment. Be adventurous, and you will be happy. Take that as a new maxim to put in your copybook." "I wish I could think so, dear," Elsie answered. "But your confidence staggers me." That evening at our table d'hôte, however, it was amply justified. A smooth-faced young man of ample girth and most prosperous exterior happened to sit next to us. He had his wife with him, so I judged it safe to launch on conversation. We soon found out that he was the millionaire editor-proprietor of a great London daily, with many more strings to his journalistic bow. His honoured name was Elworthy. I mentioned casually that we thought of going for the winter to Egypt. He pricked his ears up, but at the time he said nothing. After dinner, we adjourned to the cosy salon. I talked to him and his wife, and somehow, that evening, the devil entered into me. I am subject to devils. I hasten to add, they are mild ones. I had one of my reckless moods just then, however, and I reeled off rattling stories of our various adventures. Mr. Elworthy believed in youth and audacity. I could see I interested him. The more he was amused, the more reckless I became.
"That's bright,"
he said at last, when I told him the tale of our amateur exploits in the sale of Manitous.
"That would make a good article."
"Yes," I answered with bravado, determined to strike while the iron was hot. "What the Daily Telegraph lacks is just one enlivening touch of feminine brightness." He smiled.
"What is your forte?" he inquired.
"My forte," I answered, "is to go where I choose and write what I like about it." He smiled again.
"And a very good new departure in journalism, too. A roving commission. Have you ever tried your hand at writing?"
Had I ever tried? It was the ambition of my life to see myself in print, though hitherto it had been ineffectual. "I have written a few sketches," I answered, with becoming modesty. As a matter of fact, our office bulged with my unpublished manuscripts.
"Could you let me see them?"
he asked. I assented with inner joy, but outer reluctance. "If you wish it," I murmured. "But you must be very lenient." Though I had not told Elsie, the truth of the matter was, I had just then conceived an idea for a novel, my magnum opus, the setting of which compelled Egyptian local colour, and I was therefore dying to get to Egypt, if chance so willed it. I accordingly submitted a few of my picked manuscripts to Mr. Elworthy, in fear and trembling. He read them, cruel man, before my very eyes. I sat and waited, twiddling my thumbs, demure but apprehensive. When he had finished, he laid them down.
"Racy," he said, "racy. You're quite right, Miss Cayley. That's just what we want on the Daily Telephone. I should like to print these 3, selecting them out, at our usual rate of pay per 1,000.
"You are very kind." But the room reeled with me.
"Not at all. I'm a man of business, and these are capital copy. Now, about this Egypt. I will put the matter in the shape of a business proposition. Will you undertake, if I pay your passage and your friends, with all travelling expenses, to let me have 3 descriptive articles a week on Cairo, the Nile, Syria, and India, running to about 2,000 words apiece at 3 guineas a thousand?"
My breath came and went. It was positive opulence. The super with the goose couldn't approach it for patness. My editor had brought me the apple sauce as well, without even giving me the trouble of cooking it. The very next day, everything was arranged. Elsie tried to protest on the foolish ground that she had no money, but the faculty had ordered the apex of her right lung to go to Egypt, and I couldn't let her fly in the face of the faculty. We secured our berths in a P&O steamer from Brindisi, and within a week we were tossing upon the bosom of the blue Mediterranean. People who haven't crossed the blue Mediterranean cherish an absurd idea that it is always calm and warm and sunny. I am sorry to take away any sea's character, but I speak of it as I find it, to borrow a phrase from my old gyp at Girton, and I am bound to admit that the Mediterranean did not treat me as a lady expects to be treated. It behaved disgracefully. People may rhapsodize as long as they choose about a life on the ocean wave. For my own part, I wouldn't give a pin for seasickness. We glided down the Adriatic from Brindisi to Corfu with a reckless profusion of lateral motion which suggested the idea that the ship must have been drinking. I tried to rouse Elsie when we came abreast of the Ionian Islands, and to remind her that here was the home of Nausicaa in the Odyssey. Elsie failed to respond. She was otherwise occupied. At last I succumbed and gave it up. I remember nothing further till a day and a half later, when we got under lee of Crete, and the ship showed a tendency to resume the perpendicular. Then I began once more to take a languid interest in the dinner question. I may add parenthetically that the Mediterranean is a mere bit of a sea, when you look at it on the map, a pocket sea to be regarded with mingled contempt and affection. But you learn to respect it when you find that it takes 4 clear days and nights of abject misery merely to run across its eastern basin from Brindisi to Alexandria. I respected the Mediterranean immensely while we lay off the Peloponnesus in the trough of the waves with the north wind blowing. I only began to temper my respect with a distant liking when we passed under the welcome shelter of Crete on a calm, starlit evening. It was deadly cold. We had not counted upon such weather in the sunny south. I recollect now that the Greeks were wont to represent Boreas as a chilly deity, and spoke of the Thracian breeze with the same deferentially deprecating adjectives which we ourselves apply to the east wind of our fatherland. But that apt classical memory somehow failed to console or warm me. A good-natured male passenger, however, volunteered to ask us, "Will I get you a rug, ladies?" The form of his courteous question suggested the probability of his Irish origin. "You are very kind," I answered. "If you don't want it for yourself, I'm sure my friend would be glad to have the use of it."
"'Tis it myself. Sure, I've got me big ulster, and I'm as warm as toast in it. But you're not provided for this weather. You've trusted too much to those rascals, the poets. Where breaks the blue Sicilian say? The rogues right. I'd like to set them down in it with a nor'easter blowing."
He fetched up his rug. It was ample and soft, a smooth brown camel hair. He wrapped us both up in it. We sat late on deck that night, as warm as toast ourselves, thanks to our genial Irishman. We asked his name.
"'Tis Dr. McLaughlin," he answered. "I'm from County Clare, you see, and I'm on me way to Egypt for travel and exploration. Me father wished me to see the world a bit before I'd settle down to practice me profession at Liscannor. Have you ever been in County Clare? Sure, 'tis the pick of Ireland."
"We have that pleasure still in store," I answered, smiling. "It spreads gold leaf over the future, as George Meredith puts it."
"'Tis it Meredith? Oh, there's the fine writer. 'Tis genius the man has. I can't understand a word of him, but he's half Irish, you know. What proof have I got of it? And would he write like that if it wasn't a drop of the blood of the Celt in him?"
Next day and next night, Dr. McLaughlin was our devoted slave. I had won his heart by admitting frankly that his countrywomen had the finest and liveliest eyes in Europe, eyes with a deep twinkle, half fun, half passion. He took to us at once, and talked to us incessantly. He was a red-haired, raw-boned Munster man, but a real good fellow. We forgot the aggressive inequalities of the Mediterranean while he talked to us of the peasantry. Late the second evening, he propounded a confidence. It was a lovely night. Orion overhead and the plashing phosphorescence on the water below conspired with the hour to make him specially confidential.
"Now, Miss Cayley,"
he said, leaning forward on his deck chair and gazing earnestly into my eyes. "There's one question I'd like to ask ye. The ambition of me life is to go into Parliament, and I want to know from ye, as a friend, if I accomplish me heart's wish, is there anything in me appearance, or in me voice, or in me accent, or in me manner, that would lead anybody to suppose I was an Irishman?" I succeeded, by good luck, in avoiding Elsie's eye. What on earth could I answer? Then a happy thought struck me. "Dr. Macloghlen," I said, "it would not be the slightest use your trying to conceal it, for even if nobody ever detected a faint Irish intonation in your words or phrases, how could your eloquence fail to betray you for a countryman of Sheridan and Burke and Grattan?" He seized my hand with such warmth that I thought it best to hurry down to my stateroom at once, under cover of my compliment. At Alexandria and Cairo we found him invaluable. He looked after our luggage, which he gallantly rescued from the lean hands of 15 Arab porters, all eagerly struggling to gain possession of our effects. He saw us safe into the train, and he never quitted us till he had safely ensconced us in our rooms at Shepherd's. For himself, he said with subdued melancholy, "'Twas to some cheaper hotel he must go. Shepherd's wasn't for the likes of him, though if land in a County Clare was worth what it ought to be, there wasn't a finer estate in all Ireland than his father's." Our Mr. Elworthy was a modern proprietor who knew how to do things on the lordly scale. Having commissioned me to write this series of articles, he intended them to be written in the first style of art, and he had instructed me accordingly to hire one of Cook's little steam dahabiyas, where I could work at leisure. Dr. Macloghlen was in his element arranging for the trip. "Sure, and the only thing I mind," he said, "is that I'll not be going with you." I think he was half inclined to invite himself. But there again I draw the line. I will not sell salt fish, and I will not go up the Nile unchaperoned with a casual man acquaintance. He did the next best thing, however. He took a place in a sailing dahabeah, and as we steamed up slowly, stopping often on the way to give me time to write my articles, he managed to arrive almost always at every town or ruin exactly when we did. I will not describe the voyage. The Nile is the Nile. Just at first, before we got used to it, we conscientiously looked up the name of every village we passed on the bank in our Murray and our Baedeker. After a couple of days' Niling, however, we found that formality quite unnecessary. They were all the same village under a number of aliases. They did not even take the trouble to disguise themselves anew, like Dr. Fortescue Langley, on each fresh appearance. They had every one of them a small whitewashed mosque with a couple of tall minarets, and around it spread a number of mud-built cottages, looking more like beehives than human habitations. They had also, every one of them, a group of date palms overhanging a cluster of mean bare houses, and they all alike had a picturesque and even imposing air from a distance, but faded away into indescribable squalor as one got abreast of them. Our progress was monotonous. At 12 noon we would pass Abu Teeg with its mosque, its palms, its mud huts, and its camels. Then for a couple of hours we would go on through the midst of a green field on either side, studded by more mud huts and backed up by a range of grey desert mountains, only to come at 2 p.m., 20 miles higher up, upon Abu Teeg once more, with the same mosque, the same mud huts, and the same haughty camels placidly chewing the same aristocratic cud, but under the alias of Kus-Kam. After a wild hubbub at the quay, we would leave Kus-Kam behind, with its camels still serenely munching day before yesterday's dinner, and 20 miles farther on again having passed through the same green plain, backed by the same grey mountains, we would stop once more at the identical Cuscam, which this time absurdly described itself as Tata. But whether it was Abu Teeg or Cuscam or Tata or anything else, only the name differed. It was always the same town, and had always the same camels at precisely the same stage of the digestive process. It seemed to us immaterial whether you saw all the Nile or only 5 miles of it. It was just like wallpaper. A sample sufficed. The whole was the sample infinitely repeated. However, I had my letters to write, and I wrote them valiantly. I described the various episodes of the complicated digestive process in the camel in the most minute detail. I gloated over the date palms, which I knew in 3 days as if I had been brought up upon dates. I gave word pictures of every individual child, veiled woman, Arab sheik, and Coptic priest whom we encountered on the voyage, and I am open to reprint those conscientious studies of mud huts and minarets with any enterprising publisher who will make me an offer. Another disillusionment weighed upon my soul. Before I went up the Nile, I had a fancy of my own that the bank was studded with endless ruined temples, whose vast red colonnades were reflected in the water at every turn. I think Macaulay's lays were primarily answerable for that particular misapprehension. As a matter of fact, it surprised me to find that we often went for 2 whole days hard steaming, without ever a temple breaking the monotony of those eternal date palms, those calm and superciliously irresponsive camels. In my humble opinion, Egypt is a fraud. There is too much Nile, very dirty Nile at that, and not nearly enough temple. Besides, the temple, when you do come upon one, is just like the villages. They are the same temples over and over again, under a different name each time, and they have the same gods, the same kings, the same wearisome bas-reliefs, except that the gentleman in a chariot 10 feet high, who is mowing down enemies a quarter his own size with unsportsmanlike recklessness, is called Ramses in this place, and Seti in that, and Amenhotep in the other. With this trifling variation, when you have seen one temple, one obelisk, one hieroglyphic table, you have seen the whole of ancient Egypt. At last, after many days' voyage through the same scenery daily, rising in the morning off a village with a mosque, 10 palms, and 2 minarets, and retiring late at night off the same village once more, with mosque, palms, and minarets, as before, we arrived one evening at a place called Girgeh. In itself, I believe Girgeh did not differ materially from all the other places we had passed on our voyage. It had its mosque, its 10 palms, and its 2 minarets as usual. But I remember its name because something mysterious went wrong here with our machinery, and the engineer informed us we must wait at least 3 days to mend it. Dr. Maclaughlin's dahabeah happened opportunely to arrive at the same spot on the same day, and he declared with fervour that he would see us through our troubles. But what on earth were we to do with ourselves through 3 long days and nights at Girgeh? There were the ruins of Abydos close at hand, to be sure, though I defy anybody not a professed Egyptologist to give more than 1 day to the ruins of Abydos. In this emergency, Dr. Maclaughlin came gallantly to our aid. He discovered, by inquiring from an English-speaking guide, that there was an unobtrusive oasis never visited by Europeans 1 long day's journey off across the desert. As a rule, it takes at least 3 days to get camels and guides together for such an expedition, for Egypt is not a land to hurry in. But the indefatigable doctor further unearthed the fact that a sheik had just come in, who, for a consideration, would lend us camels for a 2 days' trip, and we seized the chance to do our duty by Mr. Elworthy and the worldwide circulation. An unvisited oasis, and 2 Christian ladies to be the first to explore it! There's a journalistic enterprise for you. If we happen to be killed, so much the better for the Daily Telephone. I pictured the excitement at Piccadilly Circus. Extra special! Our own correspondent brutally murdered! I rejoiced at the opportunity. I cannot honestly say that Elsie rejoiced with me. She cherished a prejudice against camels, massacres, and the new journalism. She didn't like being murdered, though this was premature, for she had never tried it. She objected that the fanatical Mohammedans of the Sunusi sect, who were said to inhabit the oasis in question, might cut our throats for dogs of infidels. I pointed out to her at some length that it was just that chance which added zest to our expedition as a journalistic venture. Fancy the glory of being the first lady journalist martyred in the cause. But she failed to grasp this aspect of the question. However, if I went, she would go too, she said, like the dear girl that she is. She would not desert me when I was getting my throat cut. Dr. McLaughlin made the bargain for us and insisted on accompanying us across the desert. He told us his method of negotiations with the Arabs with extreme gusto. "Is it pay in advance ye want?" says I to the dirty beggars. "Divil a penny will ye get till ye bring these ladies safe back to Girga. And remember, Mr. Sheik," says I, fingering me pistol so by way of emphasis, "we take no money with us, so if your friends at Wadi Bou choose to cut our throats, 'tis for the pleasure of it they'll be cutting 'em, not for anything they'll be gaining by it." "Provisions, Effendi," said he, salaaming. "Provisions, is it?" said I. "Take everything ye'll want with ye. I suppose you can buy food fit for a Christian in the bazaar at Girga, and never one penny do ye touch for it all till you've landed us on the bank again, safe as ye took us. So, if the religious sentiments of the faithful at Wadi Bou should lead them to hack us to pieces," says I, just waving me revolver, "then 'tis yourself that will be out of pocket by it." And the old devil cringed as if he took me for the Prince of Wales. Faith, 'tis the purse that's the best argument to catch these heathen Arabs upon. When we set out for the desert in the early dawn next day, it looked as if we were starting for a few months' voyage. We had a company of camels that might have befitted a caravan. We had 2 large tents, one for ourselves and one for Dr. McLaughlin, with a third to dine in. We had bedding and cushions and drinking water, tied up in swollen pig-skins, which were really goat-skins, looking far from tempting. We had bread and meat and a supply of presents to soften the hearts and weaken the religious scruples of the sheiks at Wadi Bou. "We travel on Prince," said the doctor. When all was ready, we got under way solemnly, our camels rising and sniffing the breeze with a superior air, as who should say, "I happen to be going where you happen to be going, but don't for a moment suppose I do it to please you. 'Tis mere coincidence. You are bound for Wadi Bou. I have business of my own which chances to take me there." Over the incidents of the journey I draw a veil. Riding a camel, I find, does not greatly differ from seasickness. They are the same phenomenon under altered circumstances. We had been assured beforehand on excellent authority that much of the comfort on a desert journey depends upon having a good camel. On this matter I am no authority. I do not set up as a judge of camel flesh, but I did not notice any of the comfort, so I venture to believe my camel must have been an exceptionally bad one. We expected trouble from the fanatical natives. I am bound to admit we had most trouble with Elsie. She was not insubordinate, but she did not care for camel riding, and her beast took advantage of her youth and innocence. A well-behaved camel should go almost as fast as a child can walk, and should not sit down plump on the burning sand without due reason. Elsie's brute crawled and called halts for prayer at frequent intervals. It tried to kneel like a good Muslim many times a day, and it showed an intolerant disposition to crush the infidel by rolling over on top of Elsie. Dr. McLaughlin admonished it with Irish eloquence, not always in language intended for publication, but it only turned up its supercilious lip and inquired in its own unspoken tongue what Dr. Macloghlen knew about the desert.
"I feel like a worm before the baste,"
the doctor said, nonplussed. If the Nile was monotonous, the road to Wadi Bou was nothing short of dreary. We crossed a great ridge of bare grey rock and followed a rolling valley of sand scored by dry ravines and baking in the sun. It was ghastly to look upon. All day long, save at the midday rest by some brackish wells, we rode on and on, the brutes stepping forward with slow, outstretched legs, though sometimes we walked by the camels' sides to vary the monotony, but ever through that dreary upland plain, sand in the centre, rocky mountain at the edge, and not a thing to look upon. We were relieved towards evening to stumble against stunted tamarisks half buried in the sand, and to feel that we were approaching the edge of the oasis. When at last our arrogant beasts condescended to stop in their patronizing way, we saw by the dim light of the moon a sort of uneven basin or hollow, studded with date palms, and in the midst of the depression a crumbling walled town, with a whitewashed mosque, 2 minarets by its side, and a crowd of mud houses. It was strangely familiar. We had come all this way just to see Abu Tig or Kouskam over again. We camped outside the fortified town that night. Next morning we essayed to make our entry. At first, the servants of the Prophet on watch at the gate raised serious objections. No infidel might enter. But we had a pass from Cairo exhorting the faithful in the name of the Khedive to give us food and shelter, and after much examination and many loud discussions, the gateman passed us. We entered the town and stood alone, 3 Christian Europeans in the midst of 3,000 fanatical Mohammedans. I confess it was weird. Elsie shrank by my side. "Suppose they were to attack us, Brownie?"
"Then the sheik here would never get paid," Dr. Macloghlen put in with true Irish recklessness. "Faith, he'll whistle for his money on the whistle I gave him."
That touch of humour saved us. We laughed, and the people about saw we could laugh. They left off scowling and pressed round, trying to sell us pottery and native brooches. In the intervals of fanaticism, the Arab has an eye to business. We passed up the chief street of the bazaar. The inhabitants told us in pantomime the chief of the town was away at Asyut, whither he had gone 2 days ago on business. If he were here, our interpreter gave us to understand, things might have been different, for the chief had determined that whomever came, no infidel dog should settle in his oasis. The women with their veiled faces attracted us strangely. They were wilder than on the river. They ran when one looked at them. Suddenly, as we passed one, we saw her give a little start. She was veiled like the rest, but her agitation was evident through her thick covering. "She is afraid of Christians," Elsie cried, nestling towards me. The woman passed close to us. She never looked in our direction, but in a very low voice she murmured as she passed, "Then you are English." I had presence of mind enough to conceal my surprise at this unexpected utterance. "Don't seem to notice her, Elsie," I said, looking away. "Yes, we are English." She stopped and pretended to examine some jewellery on a stall. "So am I," she went on in the same suppressed, low voice. "For heaven's sakes, help me." "What are you doing here?" "I live here, married. I was with Gordon's force at Khartoum. They carried me off, a mere girl then. Now I am 30. "And you have been here ever since?" She turned away and walked off, but kept whispering behind her veil. We followed unobtrusively. "Yes, I was sold to a man at Dongola. He passed me on again to the chief of this oasis. I don't know where it is, but I have been here ever since.
I hate this life. Is there any chance of a rescue?" "Any chance of a rescue, is it?" the doctor broke in, a trifle too ostensibly. "If it costs us a whole British army, me dear lady, we'll fetch ye away and save ye." "But now, today, you won't go away and leave me. You are the first Europeans I have seen since Khartoum fell. They may sell me again. You will not desert me."
"No," I said, "we will not." Then I reflected for a moment. What on earth could we do? This was a painful dilemma. If we once lost sight of her, we might not see her again. Yet, if we walked with her openly and talked like friends, we would betray ourselves and her to these fanatical Senussis. I made up my mind promptly. I may not have much of a mind, but such as it is, I flatter myself I can make it up at a moment's notice. "Can you come to us outside the gate at sunset?" I asked, as if I was speaking to Elsie. The woman hesitated.
"I think so."
"Then keep us in sight all day, and when evening comes, stroll out behind us." She turned over some embroidered slippers on a booth and seemed to be inspecting them.
"But my children," she murmured anxiously.
The doctor interposed.
"Is it children he has?" he asked. "Then they'll be the Mohammedan gentlemen's. We mustn't interfere with them. We can take away the lady. She's English and detained against her will. But we can't deprive any man of his own children."
I was firm and categorical. "Yes, we can," I said stoutly, "if he has forced a woman to bear them to him whether she would or not. That's common justice. I have no respect for the Mohammedan gentleman's rights. Let her bring them with her. How many are there?"
"2, a boy and a girl, not very old. The eldest is 7.
She spoke wistfully. "A mother is a mother." "Then say no more now, but keep us always in sight, and we will keep you. Come to us at the gate about sundown. We shall carry you off with us." She clasped her hands and moved off with the peculiar gliding air of the veiled Mohammedan woman. Our eyes followed her. We walked on through the bazaar, thinking of nothing else now. It was strange how this episode made us forget our selfish fears for our own safety. Even dear, timid Elsie remembered only that an Englishwoman's life and liberty were at stake. We kept her more or less in view all day. She glided in and out among the people in the alleys. When we went back to the camels at lunch-time, she followed us unobtrusively through the open gate and sat watching us from a little way off among a crowd of gazers, for all Wadi Bou was of course agog at this unwonted invasion. We discussed the circumstances loudly so that she might hear our plans. Dr. McLaughlin advised that we should tell our sheik we meant to return part of the way to Girga that evening by moonlight. I quite agreed with him. It was the only way out. Besides, I didn't like the looks of the people. They eyed us askance. This was getting exciting now. I felt a professional journalistic interest. Whether we escaped or got killed, what splendid business for the Daily Telephone. The sheik, of course, declared it was impossible to start that evening. The men wouldn't move, the camels needed rest, but Dr. McLaughlin was inexorable.
"Very well then, Mr. Sheik," he answered philosophically. "You'll please yourself about whether you come on with us or whether you stop. That's your own business. But we set out at sundown, and when you return by yourself on foot to Girga, you can ask for your camels at the British consulate."
All through that anxious afternoon we sat in our tents under the shade of the mud wall, wondering whether we could carry out our plan or not. About an hour before sunset, the veiled woman strolled out of the gate with her 2 children. She joined the crowd of sightseers once more, for never through the day were we left alone for a second. The excitement grew intense. Elsie and I moved up carelessly towards the group, talking as if to one another. I looked hard at Elsie. Then I said, as though I were speaking about one of the children, Go straight along the road to Girga till you are past the big clump of palms at the edge of the oasis. Just beyond it comes a sharp ridge of rock. Wait behind the ridge where no one can see you. When we get there," I patted the little girl's head, "don't say a word, but jump on my camel. My 2 friends will take each one of the children. If you understand and consent, stroke your boy's curls. We will accept that for a signal." She stroked the child's head at once without the least hesitation. Even through her veil and behind her dress, I could somehow feel and see her trembling nerves, her beating heart. But she gave no overt token. She merely turned and muttered something carelessly in Arabic to a woman beside her. We waited once more in long-drawn suspense. Would she manage to escape them? Would they suspect her motives? After 10 minutes, when we had returned to a crouching place under the shadow of the wall, the woman detached herself slowly from the group and began strolling with almost overdone nonchalance along the road to Girga. We could see the little girl was frightened and seemed to expostulate with her mother. Fortunately, the Arabs about were much too occupied in watching the suspicious strangers to notice this episode of their own people. Presently, our new friend disappeared, and with beating hearts, we awaited the sunset. Then came the usual scene of hubbub with the sheik, the camels, the porters, and the drivers. It was eagerness against apathy. With difficulty, we made them understand we meant to get under way at all hazards. I stormed in bad Arabic, the doctor inveighed in very choice Irish. At last they yielded and set out. One by one, our camels rose, bent their slow knees, and began to stalk in their lordly way with outstretched necks along the road to the river. We moved through the palm groves, a crowd of boys following us and shouting for bakshish. We began to be afraid they would accompany us too far and discover our fugitive. But fortunately, they all turned back with one accord at a little whitewashed shrine near the edge of the oasis. We reached the clump of palms. We turned the corner of the ridge. Had we missed one another? No. There, crouching by the rocks, with her children by her side, sat our mysterious stranger. The doctor was equal to the emergency. "Make those beasts kneel," he cried authoritatively to the sheik. The sheik was taken aback. This was a new exploit burst upon him. He flung his arms up, gesticulating wildly. The doctor, unmoved, made the drivers understand by some strange pantomime what he wanted. They nodded, half terrified. In a second, the stranger was by my side. Elsie had taken the girl, the doctor the boy, and the camels were passively beginning to rise again. That is the best of your camel. Once set him on his road, and he goes mechanically. The sheik broke out with several loud remarks in Arabic, which we did not understand, but whose hostile character could not easily escape us. He was beside himself with anger. Then I was suddenly aware of the splendid advantage of having an Irishman on our side. Dr. Macloghlen drew his revolver, like one well used to such episodes, and pointed it full at the angry Arab. "Look here, Mr. Sheik," he said calmly, yet with a fine touch of bravado. "Do you see this revolver? Well, unless you make your camels travel straight to Girga, without one other word, 'tis your own brains'll be spattered, sir, on the sand of this desert. And if you touch one hair of our heads, you'll answer for it with your life to the British government." I do not feel sure that the sheik comprehended the exact nature of each word in this comprehensive threat, but I am certain he took in its general meaning, punctuated as it was with some flourishes of the revolver. He turned to the drivers and made a gesture of despair. It meant apparently that this infidel was too much for him. Then he called out a few sharp directions in Arabic. Next minute, our camels' legs were stepping out briskly along the road to Girga with a promptitude which I am sure must have astonished their owners. We rode on and on through the gloom in a fever of suspense. Had any of the Senussis noticed our presence? Would they miss the chief's wife before long and follow us under arms? Would our own sheik betray us? I am no coward as women go, But I confess, if it had not been for our fiery Irishman, I should have felt my heart sink. We were grateful to him for the reckless and good-humoured courage of the untamed Celt. It kept us from giving way. "You'll take notice, Mr. Sheik," he said, as we threaded our way among the moonlit rocks, "that I have 21 cartridges in me case for me revolver, and if there's trouble tonight, 'tis 20 of 'em there'll be for your friends the Senoosis and 1 for yourself. But for fear of disappointing a gentleman, 'tis your own special bullet I'll distribute first if it comes to fighting." The Sheik's English was a vanishing quantity, but to judge by the way he nodded and salaamed at this playful remark, I am convinced he understood the doctor's Irish quite as well as I did. We spoke little by the way. We were all far too frightened, except the doctor, who kept our hearts up by a running fire of wild Celtic humour. But I found time meanwhile to learn by a few questions from our veiled friend something of her captivity. She had seen her father massacred before her eyes at Khartoum, and had then been sold away to a merchant, who conveyed her by degrees and by various exchanges across the desert through lonely spots to the Senoosi oasis. There she had lived all those years with the chief to whom her last purchaser had trafficked her. She did not even know that her husband's village was an integral part of the Khedive territory, far less that the English were now in practical occupation of Egypt. She had heard nothing and learnt nothing since that fateful day. She had waited in vain for the off chance of a deliverer. "But did you never try to run away to the Nile?" I cried, astonished. "Run away? How could I? I did not even know which way the river lay, and was it possible for me to cross the desert on foot, or find the chance of a camel? The Senoosis would have killed me. Even with you to help me, see what dangers surround me. Alone I should have perished, like Hagar in the wilderness, with no angel to save me." "And you've got the angel now," Dr. Macloghlen exclaimed, glancing at me. "Steady there, Mr. Sheik. What's this that's coming?" It was another caravan, going the opposite way, on its road to the oasis. A voice halloed from it. Our new friend clung tightly to me. "My husband," she whispered, gasping. They were still far off on the desert, and the moon shone bright. A few hurried words to the doctor, and with a wild resolve we faced the emergency. He made the camels halt, and all of us, springing off, crouched down behind their shadows in such a way that the coming caravan must pass on the far side of us. At the same moment the doctor turned resolutely to the Sheik. "Look here, Mr. Arab," he said in a quiet voice, with one more appeal to the simple volapük of the pointed revolver. "I cover you with this. Let these friends of yours go by. If there's any unnecessary talking twixt you, or any trouble of any kind, remember, the first bullet goes straight as an arrow through that heathen head of yours." The Sheik salaamed more submissively than ever. The caravan drew abreast of us. We could hear them cry aloud on either side the customary salutes. "In Allah's name, peace," answered by "Allah is great, there is no God but Allah." Would anything more happen? Would our Sheik play us false? It was a moment of breathlessness. We crouched and cowered in the shade, holding our hearts with fear, while the Arab drivers pretended to be unsaddling the camels. A minute or two of anxious suspense. Then, peering over our beasts' backs, we saw their long line filing off towards the oasis. We watched their turbaned heads silhouetted against the sky, disappearing slowly. One by one they faded away. The danger was past. With beating hearts, we rose up again. The doctor sprang into his place and seated himself on his camel. "Now ride on, Mr. Sheik," he said, "with all your men, as if grim death were after ye. Camels or no camels, you've got to march all night, for you'll never draw rein till we're safe back at Girga." And sure enough, We never halted under the persuasive influence of that loaded revolver till we dismounted once more in the early dawn upon the Nile bank under British protection. Then Elsie and I and our rescued countrywoman broke down together in an orgy of relief. We hugged one another and cried like so many children. End of Chapter 7. Miss Cayleys' Adventures, The Unobtrusive Oasis. Recording by Barbara Edelman. Los Angeles, California. For more information, please go to barbaraedelmanvoice.com.
Chapter 8 of Miss Cayleys' Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jacqueline McKnight. Miss Cayleys' Adventures by Grant Allen. Chapter 8. The Adventure of the Pea-Green Patrician. Away to India! A life on the ocean wave once more, and may it prove less wavy. In plain prose, my arrangement with my proprietor, Mr. Elworthy, thus we speak in the newspaper trade, included a trip to Bombay for myself and Elsie. So as soon as we had drained Upper Egypt journalistically dry, we returned to Cairo on our road to Suez. I am glad to say my letters to the Daily Telephone gave satisfaction. My employer wrote, "You are a born journalist." I confess this surprised me, for I have always considered myself a truthful person. Still, as he evidently meant it for praise, I took the doubtful compliment in good part and offered no remonstrance. I have a mercurial temperament. My spirits rise and fall as if they were consols. Monotonous Egypt depressed me, as it depressed the Israelites. But the passage of the Red Sea set me sounding my timbrel. I love fresh air. I love the sea, if the sea will but behave itself, and I positively revelled in the change from Egypt. Unfortunately, we had taken our passages by a P&O steamer from Suez to Bombay many weeks beforehand, so as to secure good berths. And still more unfortunately, in a letter to Lady Georgina, I had chanced to mention the name of our ship and the date of the voyage. I kept up a spasmodic correspondence with Lady Georgina nowadays, 2d. halfpenny a fortnight. The dear, cantankerous, racy old lady had been the foundation of my fortunes, and I was genuinely grateful to her. Or rather I ought to say, she had been their second foundress, for I will do myself the justice to admit that the first was my own initiative and enterprise. I flatter myself if I have the knack of taking the tide on the turn, and am justly proud of it. But, being a grateful animal, I wrote once a fortnight to report progress to Lady Georgina. Besides, let me whisper, strictly between ourselves, 'twas an indirect way of hearing about Harold. This time, however, as events turned out, I recognized that I had made a grave mistake in confiding my movements to my shrewd old lady. She did not betray me on purpose, of course, but I gathered later that casually in conversation she must have mentioned the fact and date of my sailing before somebody who ought to have no concern in it. And the somebody, I found, had governed himself accordingly. All this, however, I only discovered afterwards, so without anticipating, I will narrate the facts exactly as they occurred to me. When we mounted the gangway of the Jumna at Suez, and began the process of frizzling down the Red Sea, I noted on deck almost at once an odd-looking young man of 22 or thereabouts, with a curious, faint, pea-green complexion. He was the wishy-washiest young man I had ever beheld in my life, an achromatic study. In spite of the delicate pea-greeniness of his skin, all the colouring matter of the body seemed somehow to have faded out of him. Perhaps he had been bleached. As he leaned over the taffrail, gazing down with open mouth and vacant stare at the water, I took a good long look at him. He interested me much because he was so exceptionally uninteresting. A pallid, anemic, indefinite hobbledehoy with a high, narrow forehead and sketchy features. He had watery, restless eyes of an insipid light blue, thin, yellow hair, almost white in its paleness, and twitching hands that played nervously all the time with a shadowy moustache. This shadowy moustache seemed to absorb, as a rule, the best part of his attention. It was so sparse and so blanched that he felt it continually, to assure himself, no doubt, of the reality of its existence. I need hardly add that he wore an eyeglass. He was an aristocrat, I felt sure. Eton in Christ Church, no ordinary person could have been quite so flavourless. Imbecility like his is only to be attained as the result of long and judicious selection. He went on gazing in a vacant way at the water below, an ineffectual patrician smile playing feebly round the corners of his mouth meanwhile. Then he turned and stared at me as I lay back in my deck chair. For a minute he looked me over as if I were a horse for sale. When he had finished inspecting me, he beckoned to somebody at the far end of the quarter-deck. The somebody sidled up with a deferential air which confirmed my belief in the pea-green young man's aristocratic origin. It was such deference as the British flunkeys pay only to blue blood, for he has gradations of flunkeydom. He is respectful to wealth, polite to acquired rank, but servile only to hereditary nobility. Indeed, you can make a rough guess at the social status of the person he addresses by observing which one of his 27 nicely graduated manners he adopts in addressing him. The pea-green young man glanced over in my direction and murmured something to the satellite whose back was turned toward me. I felt sure from his attitude he was asking whether I was the person he suspected me to be. The satellite nodded assent, whereat the pea-green young man, screwing up his face to fix his eyeglass, stared harder than ever. He must be heir to a peerage, I felt convinced. Nobody short of that rank would consider himself entitled to stare with such frank unconcern at an unknown lady. Presently it further occurred to me that the satellite's back seemed strangely familiar. " I have seen that man somewhere, Elsie," I whispered, putting aside the wisps of hair that blew about my face. " So have I, dear," Elsie answered with a slight shudder, and I was instinctively aware that I too disliked him. As Elsie spoke, the man turned and strolled slowly past us with that ineffable insolence which is the other side of the flunkey's insufferable self-abasement. He cast a glance at us as he went by, a withering glance of brazen effrontery. We knew him, of course. It was that variable star, our old acquaintance, Mr. Higginson, the courier. He was here as himself this time, no longer the Count or the mysterious faith healer. The diplomat hid his rays under the garb of the manservant. " Depend upon it, Elsie," I cried, clutching her arm with a vague sense of fear, " this man means mischief. There is danger ahead. When a creature of Higginson's sort, who has risen to be a count and a fashionable physician, descends again to be a courier, you may rest assured it is because he has something to gain by it. He has some deep scheme afloat, and we are part of it." " His master looks weak enough and silly enough for anything," Elsie answered, eyeing the suspected lordling. " I should think he is just the sort of man such a wily rogue would naturally fasten upon." " When a wily rogue gets hold of a weak fool who is also dishonest," I said, " the two together may make a formidable combination. But never mind, we 're forewarned. I think I shall be even with him." That evening at dinner in the saloon, the pea-green young man strolled in with a jaunty air and took his seat next to us. The Red Sea, by the way, was kinder than the Mediterranean. It allowed us to dine from the very first evening. Cards had been laid on the plates to mark our places. I glanced at my neighbour's. It bore the inscription, Viscount Southminster. That was the name of Lord Kynaston's eldest son, Lady Georgina's nephew, Harold Tillington's cousin. So this was the man who might possibly inherit Mr. Marmaduke Ashurst's money. I remembered now how often and how fervently Lady Georgina had said, Kynaston's sons are all fools. If the rest came up to sample, I was inclined to agree with her. It also flashed across me that Lord Southminster might have heard through Higginson of our meeting with Mr. Marmaduke Ashurst in Florence, and of my acquaintance with Harold Tillington at Schlangenbad and Lungern. With a woman's instinct, I jumped at the fact that the pea-green young man had taken passage by this boat on purpose to baffle both me and Harold. Thinking it over, it seemed, too, that he might have various possible points of view on the matter. He might desire, for example, that Harold should marry me, under the impression that his marriage with a penniless outsider would annoy his uncle. For the pea-green young man doubtless thought I was still, to Mr. Ashurst, that dreadful adventuress. If so, his obvious cue would be to promote a good understanding between Harold and myself, in order to make us marry, so that the urbane old gentleman might then disinherit his favourite nephew and make a new will in Southminster's interest. Or, again, the pea-green young man might, on the contrary, be aware that Mr. Ashurst and I had got on admirably together when we met at Florence, in which case his aim would naturally be to find out something that might set the rich uncle against me. Yet once more, he might merely have heard that I had drawn up Uncle Marmaduke's will at the office, and he might desire to worm the contents of it out of me. Whichever was his design, I resolved to be upon my guard in every word I said to him, and leave no door open to any trickery either way. For one thing I felt sure, that the colourless young man had torn himself away from the mud-honey of Piccadilly for this voyage to India only because he had heard there was a chance of meeting me. That was a politic move, whoever planned it, himself or Higginson. For a week on board ship with a person, or persons, is the very best chance of getting thrown in with them. Whether they like it or lump it, they can easily avoid you. It was while I was pondering these things in my mind, and resolving with myself not to give myself away, that the young man with the pea-green face lounged in and dropped into the next seat to me. He was dressed, amongst other things, in a dinner jacket and white tie. For myself, I detest such fopperies on board ship. They seem to me out of place. They conflict with the infinite possibilities of the situation. One stands too near the reality of things. Evening dress and mal de mer sort ill together. As my neighbour sat down, he turned to me with an inane smile which occupied all his face. " Good evening," he said in a baronial drawl. " Miss Cayley, I gather. I asked the skipper's leave to sit next to you. We ought to be friends, rather. I think you know my poor dear old aunt, Lady Georgina Fawley." I bowed a somewhat freezing bow. " Lady Georgina is one of my dearest friends," I answered. " No, really? Poor dear old Georgie. Got somebody to stick up for her at last, has she? Now that 's what I call chivalrous of you. Magnanimous, is n't it? I like to see people stick up for their friends. And it must be a novelty for Georgie, for between you and me, a more cantankerous, spiteful, acidulated old cough-drop than the poor dear soul it would be difficult to hit upon." " Lady Georgina has brains," I answered, " and they enable her to recognise a fool when she sees him. I will admit that she does not suffer fools gladly." He turned to me with a sudden sharp look in the depths of the lack-lustre eyes. Already it began to strike me that, though the pea-green young man was inane, he had his due proportion of a certain insidious practical cunning. " That 's true," he answered me. " And according to her, almost everybody's a fool, especially her relations. There's a fine knack of sweeping generalization about dear, skinny old Georgie. The few people she really likes are all archangels. The rest are blithering idiots. There's no middle course with her. I held my peace frigidly. She thinks me a very special and peculiar fool, he went on, crumbling his bread. Lady Georgina, I answered, is a person of exceptional discrimination. I would almost always accept her judgment on anyone as practically final. He laid down his soup spoon, fondled the imperceptible moustache with his tapering fingers, then broke once more into a cheerful, expansive smile, which reminded me of nothing so much as the village idiot. It spread over his face as the splash from a stone spreads over a mill pond. " Now that 's a nice, cheerful sort of thing to say to a feller," he ejaculated, fixing his eyeglass in his eye with a few fierce contortions of his facial muscles. " That 's encouraging, don't you know, as the foundation of an acquaintance. Makes a good corner stone, calculated to place things at once upon you call a friendly basis. Georgie said you had a pretty wit. I see now why she admired it. Birds of a feather. Very wise old proverb. I reflected that, after all, this young man had nothing overt against him, beyond a fishy blue eye and an inane expression. So, feeling that I had perhaps gone a little too far, I continued after a minute, " And your uncle, how is he?" " Marmee ?" he inquired after an elephantine smile. And then I perceived it was a form of humour with him, or rather a cheap substitute, to speak of his elder relations by their abbreviated Christian names, without any prefix. " Marmee 's doing very well, thank yah. As well as could be expected. In fact, better. Habakkuk on the brain. It 's carrying him off at last. He has Bright's disease very bad. Drank port, don't you know, and would n't trouble this wicked world much longer with his presence. It will be a happy release, especially for his nephews." I was really grieved, for I had grown to like the urbane old gentleman as I had grown to like the cantankerous old lady. In spite of his fussiness and his stock exchange views on the interpretation of Scripture, his genuine kindliness and his real liking for me had softened my heart to him, and my face must have shown my distress, for the pea-green young man added quickly, with an afterthought, " But you need n't be afraid, you know. It 's all right for Harold Tillington. You ought to know that as well as anyone, and better, for it was you who drew up his will for him at Florence." I flushed crimson, I believe. Then he knew all about me. " I was not asking on Mr. Tillington's account," I answered. " I asked because I have a personal feeling of friendship for your uncle, Mr. Ashurst." His hand strayed up to the straggling yellow hairs on his upper lip once more, and he smiled again, this time with a curious undercurrent of foolish craftiness. " That 's a good one," he answered. " Georgie told me you were original. Marmee 's a millionaire, and many people love millionaires for their money. But to love Marmee for himself, I do call that originality. Why, wait for age, he 's acknowledged to be the most portentous old beau in London society." " I like Mr. Ashurst because he has a kind heart and some genuine instincts," I answered. " He has not allowed all human feeling to be replaced by a cheap mask of Pall Mall cynicism." " Oh, I say, how 's that for preaching? Don't you manage to give it hot to a feller, neither. And at sight, too, without the usual 3 days of grace. Have some champagne. I 'm a forgiving creature." " No, thank you. I prefer this hock." "Your friend, then?" And he motioned the steward to pass the bottle. To my great disgust, Elsie held out her glass. I was annoyed at that. It showed she had missed the drift of our conversation and was therefore lacking in feminine intuition. I should be sorry if I had allowed the higher mathematics to kill out in me the most distinctively womanly faculty. From that first day forth, however, in spite of this beginning, Lord Southminster almost persecuted me with his persistent attentions. He did all a man could possibly do to please me. I could not make out precisely what he was driving at, but I saw he had some artful game of his own to play, and that he was playing it subtly. I also saw that as vapid as he was, his vapidity did not prevent him from being worldly wise with the wisdom of the self-seeking man of the world, who utterly distrusts and disbelieves in all higher emotions of humanity. He harped so often on this string that on our second day out, as we lolled on the deck in the heat, I had to rebuke him sharply. He had been sneering for some hours. " There are two kinds of silly simplicity, Lord Southminster," I said at last. " One kind is the silly simplicity of the rustic who trusts everybody. The other kind is the silly simplicity of the Pall Mall clubman who trusts nobody. It 's just as foolish and just as one-sided to overlook the good as to overlook the evil in humanity. If you trust everyone, you are likely to be taken in. But if you trust no one, you put yourself at serious practical disadvantages, besides losing half the joy of living." " Then you think me a fool, like Georgey," he broke out. " I should never be rude enough to say so," I answered, fanning myself. " Well, you 're what I call a first-rate companion for a voyage down the Red Sea," he put in, gazing abstractedly at the awnings. " Such a lovely, freezing mixture. A fellow does n't need ices when you 're on tap. I recommend you as a refrigerator." " I am glad," I answered demurely, " if I have secured your approbation in that humble capacity. I 'm sure I have tried hard for it." Yet nothing that I could say seemed to put the man down. In spite of rebuffs, he was assiduous in running down the companion ladder for my parasol or my smelling bottle. He fetched me chairs, he stayed me with cushions, he offered to lend me books. He pestered me to drink his wine, and he kept Elsie in champagne, which she annoyed me by accepting. Poor dear Elsie clearly failed to understand the creature. " He 's so kind and polite, Brownie, is n't he?" she would observe in her simple fashion. " Do you know, I think he 's quite taken a fancy to you. And he '11 be an earl by and by. I call it romantic. How lovely it would seem, dear, to see you a countess." " Elsie," I said, severely, with one hand on her arm, " you are a dear little soul, and I 'm very fond of you. But if you think I could sell myself for a coronet to a pasty-faced young man with a pea-green complexion and glassy blue eyes, I can only say, my child, you have misread my character. He is n't a man ; he 's a lump of putty." I think Elsie was quite shocked that I should apply these terms to a courtesy lord, the eldest son of a peer. Nature had endowed her with a profound British belief that peers should be spoken of in choice and peculiar language. " If a peer 's a fool," Lady Georgina said once to me, " people think you should say his temperament does not fit him for the conduct of affairs. If he 's a roue or a drunkard, they think you should say he has unfortunate weaknesses." What most of all convinced me, however, that the wishy-washy young man with the pea-green complexion must be playing some stealthy game, was the demeanour and mental attitude of Mr. Higginson, his courier. After the first day, Higginson appeared to be politeness and deference itself to us. He behaved to us both almost as if we belonged to the titled classes. He treated us with the second best of his 27 graduated manners. He fetched and carried for us with courtly grace which recalled that distinguished diplomat, the Comte de la Roche sur Lorette, at the station at Malines with Lady Georgina. It is true, at his politest moments I often caught the undercurrent of a wicked twinkle in his eye, and felt sure he was doing it all with some profound motive. But his external demeanour was everything that one could desire from a well-trained manservant. I could hardly believe it was the same man who had growled to me in Florence, I shall be even with you yet," as he left our office. " Do you know, Brownie," Elsie mused once, " I really begin to think we must have misjudged Higginson. He 's so extremely polite. Perhaps, after all, he really is a count who has been exiled and impoverished for his political opinions." I smiled and held my tongue. Silence cost nothing. But Mr. Higginson's political opinions, I felt sure, were of that simple, communistic sort which the law in its blunt way calls fraudulent. They consisted in a belief that all was his which he could lay his hands on. " Higginson 's a splendid fellow for his place, you know, Miss Cayley," Lord Southminster said to me one evening as we were approaching Aden. " What I like to think about him is, he 's so deuced intelligent." " Extremely so," I answered. Then the devil entered into me again. " He has the deuced intelligence even to take in Lady Georgina." " Yaas, that 's just it, don't you know. Georgie told me that story. Screamingly funny, was n't it? And I said to myself once, Higginson 's the man for me. I want a courier with jolly lots of brains and no bloomin' scruples. I '11 entice this chap away from Marmee. And I did. I outbid Marmee. Oh, yes, he 's a first-rate fellah, Higginson. What I want is a man who will do what he 's told, and ask no beastly, unpleasant questions. Higginson is that man. He 's as sharp as a ferret. And as dishonest as they make them." He opened his hands with a gesture of unconcern. " All the better for my purposes. See how frank I am, Miss Cayley. To tell the truth is very rare. You ought to respect me for it." " It depends somewhat upon the kind of truth," I answered with a random shot. " I don't respect a man, for instance, for confessing to a forgery." He winced. Not for months after did I know how a stone thrown at a venture had chanced to hit the spot, and had vastly enhanced his opinion of my cleverness. " You have heard about Dr. Fortescue Langley, too, I suppose?" I went on. " Oh, yes. Was n't it a real jam ? He did the doctor trick on a lady in Switzerland. And the way he has come it over, dear, simply old Marmee. He played Marmee with Ezekiel. Not so dusty, was it? He 's too lovely for anything." " He 's an edged tool," I said. " Yes, that 's why I use him." " An edged tool may cut the user's fingers." " Not mine," he answered, taking out a cigarette. " Oh, dear, no. He can't turn against me. He would n't dare to. You see, I have the fellah entirely in my power. I know all his little games, and I can expose him any day. But it suits me to keep him. I don't mind tellin' yah, since I respect your intellect, that he and I are engaged in pulling off a big coup together. If it were not for that, I would n't be here. You don't catch me going so far from Newmarket and the Empire for nothing." " I judged as much," I answered, and then I was silent. But I wondered to myself why the neutral tinted young man should be so communicative to an obviously hostile stranger. For the next few days it amused me to show how hard our lordling tried to suit his conversation to myself and Elsie. He was absurdly anxious to humour us. Just at first, it is true, he had discussed the subjects that lay nearest to his own heart. He was an ardent votary of the noble quadruped, and he loved the turf, whose sward, we judged, he had trod mainly at Tattersall's. He spoke to us with erudition on 2-year-old form, and gave us several safe things for spring handicaps. The oaks he considered a moral for Clorinda. He also retailed certain choice anecdotes about ladies whose Christian names were chiefly Totty and Flo, and whose honoured surnames have escaped my memory. Most of them flourished, I recollect, at the Frivolity Music Hall. But when he learned that our interest in the noble quadruped was scarcely more than tepid, and that we had never even visited the Friv, as he affectionately called it, he did his best in turn to acquire our subjects. He had heard us talk about Florence, for example, and he gathered from our talk that we loved its art treasures. So he set himself to work to be studiously artistic. It was a beautiful study in human ineptitude. " Ah, yes," he murmured, turning the pale blue eyes ecstatically towards the masthead. " Charming place, Florence. I dote on the pictuahs. I know them all by heart. I assure you, I 've spent hours and hours feeding my soul in the galleries." " And what particular painter does your soul most feed upon ?" I asked bluntly, with a smile. The question staggered him. I could see him hunting through the vacant chambers of his brain for a Florentine painter. Then a faint light gleamed in the leaden eyes, and he fingered the straw-coloured moustache with that nervous hand till he almost put a visible point upon it. " Ah, Raphael ?" he said tentatively, with an inquiring air, yet beaming at his success. " Don't you think so? Splendid artist, Raphael." " And a very safe guess," I answered, leading him on. " You can't go far wrong in mentioning Raphael, can you? But after him?" He dived into the recesses of his memory again, peered about him for a minute or two, and brought back nothing. " I can't remember the other fellas' names," he went on. " They 're all so much alike. All in Ellie, don't you know. But I recollect at the time they impressed me awfully." " No doubt," I answered. He tried to look through me, and failed. Then he plunged, like the noble sportsman that he was, on a second fetch of memory. " Ah, and Michael Angelo," he went on, proud of his treasure trove. " Sweet things, Michael Angelos." " Very sweet," I admitted. " So simple, so touching, so tender, so domestic. I thought Elsie would explode, but she kept her countenance. The pea-green young man gazed at me uneasily. He had half an idea by this time that I was making game of him. However, he fished up a name once more and clutched at it. " Savonarola, too," he adventured. " I adore Savonarola. His pictures are beautiful." " And so rare," Elsie murmured. " Then there is Father Diavolo," I suggested, going one better. " How do you like Father Diavolo ?" He seemed to have heard the name before, but still he hesitated. " Ah, what did he paint ?" he asked, with growing caution. I stuffed him valiantly. " Those charming angels, you know," I answered, " with the roses and the glories." " Oh, yes, I recollect. All askew, are n't they? Like this. I remember them very well. But —" a doubt flitted across his brain. " Was n't his name Father Angelico ?"" His brother," I replied, casting truth to the winds. " They worked together, you must have heard. One did the saints, the other the opposite. Division of labour, don't you see? Father Angelico, Father Diavolo." He fingered his cigarette with a dubious hand, and wriggled his eyeglass tighter. " Yes, beautiful, beautiful. But," growing suspicious apace, " was n't Father Diavolo also a composer?" " Of course," I assented. " In his off time he composed. Those early Italians — so versatile, you see, so versatile." He had his doubts, but he suppressed them. And Torricelli, I went on with a side glance at Elsie, who was choking by this time, and Chianti, and Frittura, and Ciccavelli, and Giulio Romano. His distrust increased. " Now you 're trying to make me commit myself," he drawled out. " I remember Torricelli. He 's the fellah who used to paint all his women crooked. But Chianti 's a wine. I 've often drunk it. And Romano's — well, every fellah knows Romano's is a restaurant near the Gaiety Theatre. Besides," I continued in a drawl like his own, " there are risotto, and gnocchi, and vermicelli, and anchovy, all famous painters, and all of whom I don't doubt you admire." Elsie exploded at last, but he took no offence. He smiled inanely, as if he rather enjoyed it. " Look here, you know," he said with his crafty smile, " that 's one too much. I 'm not taking any. You think yourselves very clever for kidding me with painters who are really macaroni and cheese and claret. Yet if I were to tell you the Leja was run at Ascot, or the Cesarewitch at Doncaster, why, you 'd be no wiser. When it comes to art, I don't have a look in. But I could tell you a thing or two about starting prices." And I was forced to admit that there he had reason. Still, I think he realised that he had better avoid the subject of art in the future, as we avoided the noble quadruped. He saw his limitations. Not till the last evening before we reached Bombay did I really understand the nature of my neighbour's project. That evening, as it chanced, Elsie had a headache and went below early. I stopped with her till she dozed off. Then I slipped up on deck once more for a breath of fresh air before retiring for the night to the hot and stuffy cabins. It was an exquisite evening. The moon rode in the pale green sky of the tropics. A strange light still lingered on the western horizon. The stifling heat of the Red Sea had given way long since to the refreshing coolness of the Indian Ocean. I strolled a while on the quarter deck and sat down at last near the stern. Next moment I was aware of somebody creeping up to me. " Look here, Miss Cayley," a voice broke in, " I 'm in luck at last. I 've been waiting, oh, ever so long for this opportunity." I turned and faced him. " Have you indeed ?" I answered. " Well, I have not, Lord Southminster." I tried to rise, but he motioned me back to my chair. There were ladies on deck, and to avoid being noticed, I sank into my seat again. " I want to speak to you," he went on in a voice that for him was almost impressive. " Half a mo', Miss Cayley. I want to say, this last night you misunderstand me." " On the contrary," I answered, " the trouble is that I understand you perfectly." " No, you don't. Look here." He bent forward quite romantically. " I 'm going to be perfectly frank. Of course, you know that when I came on board this ship, I came to checkmate you." " Of course," I replied. " Why else should you and Higginson have bothered to come here?" He rubbed his hands together. " That 's just it. You 're always clever. You hit it first shot. But there 's where the point comes in. At first, I only thought of how we could circumvent you. I treated you as the enemy. Now it 's the other way. Miss Cayley, you 're the cleverest woman I ever met in this world, and you extort my admiration." I could not repress a smile. I did n't know how it was, but I could see I possessed some mysterious attraction for the Ashurst family. I was fatal to Ashursts. Lady Georgina, Harold Tillington, the Honourable Marmaduke, Lord Southminster, different types as they were, all succumbed to me without one blow. " You flatter me," I answered coldly. " No, I don't," he cried, flashing his cuffs and gazing affectionately at his sleeve links. " 'Pon my soul, I assure yah, I mean it. I can't tell you how much I admire yah. I admire yah intellect. Every day I have seen yah, I feel it more and more. Why, you 're the only person who has ever outflanked my fella Higginson. As a rule, I don't think much of women. I 've been through several London seasons, and lots of 'em have tried their level best to catch me. The cleverest mammas have been after me for their Ethels. But I was n't so easily caught. I dodged the Ethels. With you, it 's different. I feel —" he paused. " You 're a woman a fella might be really proud of." " You are too kind," I answered in my refrigerator voice. " Well, will you take me ?" he asked, trying to seize my hand. " Miss Cayley, if you will make me unspeakably happy." It was a great effort for him, and I was sorry to crush it. " I regret," I said, " that I am compelled to deny your unspeakable happiness." " Oh, but you don't catch on. You mistake. Let me explain. You 're backing the other man. Now, I happen to know about that, and I assure yah it 's an error. Take my word for it, you 're staking your money on the wrong fella." " I do not understand you," I replied, drawing away from his approach. " And what is more, I may add, you could never understand me." " Yaas, but I do. I understand perfectly. I can see where you go wrong. You drew up Marmy's will, and you think Marmy has left all he 's worth to Harold Tillington. So you 're putting every penny you 've got on Harold. Well, that 's mere moonshine. Harold may think it 's all right, but it 's not all right. There 's many a slip 'twixt the cup and the probate court. Listen here, Miss Cayley. Higginson and I are a jolly sight sharper than your friend Harold. Harold 's what they call a clever fella in society, and I 'm what they call a fool. But I know better than Harold which side of my bread 's buttered." " Well, I don't doubt it," I answered. " Well, I have managed this business. I don't mind telling you now I had a telegram from Marmy's valet when we touched at Aden. And poor old Marmy 's sinking. Habakkuk 's been too much for him. 16 stone going under. Why am I not with him, you may ask? Because when a man of Marmy's temperament is dying, it 's safer to be away from him. There 's plenty of time for Marmy to alter his will yet, and there 's other contingencies. Still, Harold 's quite out of it. You take my word for it, if you back Harold, you back a man who 's not going to get anything. If you back me, you back the winner, with a coronet into the bargain." And he smiled fatuously. I looked at him with a look that would have made a wiser man wince. But it fell flat on Lord Southminster. " Do you know why I do not rise and go down to my cabin at once ?" I said slowly. " Because if I did, somebody as passed might see my burning cheeks flushed with shame at your insulting proposal, and might guess that you had asked me and that I had refused you. And I should shrink from the disgrace of anyone's knowing that you had put such a humiliation upon me. You have been frank with me after your kind Lord Southminster, frank with the frankness of a low and purely commercial nature. I will be frank with you in turn. You are right in supposing that I love Harold Tillington, a man whose name I hate to mention in your presence, but you are wrong in supposing that the disposition of Mr. Marmaduke Ashurst's money has or can have anything to do with the feelings I entertain towards him. I would marry him all the sooner if he were poor and penniless. You cannot understand that state of mind, of course, but you must be content to accept it. And I would not marry you if there were no other man left in the world to marry. I should as soon think of marrying a lump of dough. I faced him, all crimson. Is that plain enough? Do you see now that I really mean it? He gazed at me with a curious look, and twirled what he considered his moustache once more, quite airily. The man was imperturbable, a pachydermatous imbecile. " You 're all wrong, you know," he said after a long pause, during which he had regarded me through his spyglass as if I were a specimen of some rare new species. " You 're all wrong, and you won't believe me. But I tell you, I know what I 'm talking about. You think it 's quite safe about Marmy's money, that he 's left it to Harold, because you drew the will up. I assure you that will 's not worth the paper it 's written on. You fancy Harold 's a hot favourite. He 's a rank outsider. I give you a chance, and you won't take it. I want you because you 're a remarkable woman. Most of the Ethels cry when they 're trying to make a fellow propose to 'em, and I don't like 'em damp. But you have some go about you. You insist upon backing the wrong man. But you '11 find your mistake out yet." A bright idea struck him. " I say, why don't you hedge? Leave it open till Marmy's gone, and then marry the winner." It was hopeless trying to make this Claude understand. His brain was not built with the right cells for understanding me. " Lord Southminster," I said, turning upon him and clasping my hands, " I will not go away while you stop here. But you have some spark enough of a gentleman in your composition, I hope, not to inflict your company any longer upon a woman who does not desire it. I ask you to leave me here alone. When you have gone, and I have had time to recover from your degrading offer, I may perhaps feel able to go down to my cabin." He stared at me with open blue eyes, those watery blue eyes. " Oh, just as you like," he answered. " I wanted to do you a good turn because you 're the only woman I ever really admired. To say admire, don't you know, not trotted round like the Ethels. But you won't allow me. I '11 go if you wish it, though I tell you again, you 're backing the wrong man, and sooner or later you '11 discover it. I don't mind laying you 6-4 against him. However, I '11 do one thing for you. I '11 leave this offer always open. I 'm not likely to marry any other woman. Not good enough, is it? And if ever you find out you 're mistaken about Harold Tillington, remember, honour bright, I shall be ready at any time to renew my offer." By this time I was at boiling point. I could not find words to answer him. I waved him away angrily with one hand. He raised his hat with quite a jaunty air and strolled off forward, puffing his cigarette. I don't think he even knew the disgust with which he inspired me. I sat some hours with the cool air playing about my burning cheeks before I mustered up courage to rise and go down below again. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Miss Cayleys Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Miss Cayleys Adventures by Grant Allen. Chapter 9. The Adventure of the Magnificent Maharajah. Our arrival at Bombay was a triumphal entry. We were received like royalty. Indeed, to tell the truth, Elsie and I were beginning to get just a little bit spoiled. It struck us now that our casual connection with the Ashurst family, in its various branches, had succeeded in saddling us, like the Lady of Burleigh, with the burden of an honour unto which we were not born. We were everywhere treated as persons of importance, and, oh dear, by dint of such treatment we began to feel at last almost as if we had been raised in the purple. I felt that when we got back to England we should turn up our noses at plain bread and butter. Yes, life has been kind to me. Have your researches into English literature ever chanced to lead you into reading Horace Walpole, I wonder? That polite trifler is fond of a word which he coined himself, serendipity. It is derived from the name of a certain happy Indian prince, Serendip, whom he unearthed, or invented, in some obscure Oriental story. A prince for whom the fairies or the genii always manage to make everything pleasant. It implies the faculty, which few of us possess, of finding whatever we want turn up accidentally at the exact right moment. Well, I believe I must have been born with serendipity in my mouth in place of the proverbial silver spoon, for wherever I go, all things seem to come out exactly right for me. The Jumna, for example, had hardly heaved to in Bombay harbour when we noticed on the quay a very distinguished-looking Oriental potentate, in a large white turban with a particularly big diamond stuck ostentatiously in its front. He stalked on board with a martial air as soon as we stopped, and made enquiries from our captain after some one he expected. The captain received him with that odd mixture of respect for rank and wealth, combined with true British contempt for the inferior black man, which is universal among his class in their dealings with native Indian nobility. The Oriental potentate, however, who was accompanied by a gorgeous suite like that of the wise men in Italian pictures, seemed satisfied with his information, and moved over with his stately glide in our direction. Elsie and I were standing near the gangway among our rugs and bundles, in the hopeless helplessness of disembarkation. He approached us respectfully, and bowing with extended hands and a deferential air, asked in excellent English, "May I venture to inquire which of you two ladies is Miss Lois Cayley?" "I am," I replied, my breath taken away by this unexpected greeting. "May I venture to inquire in return how you came to know I was arriving by this steamer?" He held out his hand with a courteous inclination. "I am the Maharajah of Muzaffarnagar," he answered in an impressive tone, as if everybody knew of the Maharajah of Muzaffarnagar as familiarly as knew of the Duke of Cambridge. "Muzaffarnagar in Rajputana, not the one in the Doab. You must have heard my name from Mr. Harold Tillington." I had not, but I dissembled so as to salve his pride. "Mr. Tillington's friends are our friends," I answered sententiously. "And Mr. Tillington's friends are my friends," the Maharajah retorted with a low bow to Elsie. "This is no doubt Miss Petheridge. I have heard of your expected arrival, as you will guess, from Tillington. He and I were at Oxford together. I am a Merton man. It was Tillington who first taught me all I know of cricket. He took me to stop at his father's place in Dumfriesshire. I owe much to his friendship, and when he wrote me that friends of his were arriving by the Jumna, why, I made haste to run down to Bombay to greet them." The episode was one of those topsy-turvy mixtures of all places and ages which only this jumbled century of ours has witnessed. It impressed me deeply. Here was this Indian prince, a feudal Rajput chief, living practically among his vassals in the Middle Ages when at home in India, yet he said, "I am a Merton man," as Harold himself might have said it, and he talked about cricket as naturally as Lord Southminster talked about the noble quadruped. The oddest part of it all was, we alone felt the incongruity. To the Maharajah, the change from Muzaffarnagar to Oxford, and from Oxford back again to Muzaffarnagar, seemed perfectly natural. They were but two alternative phases in a modern Indian gentleman's education and experience. Still, what were we to do with him? If Harold had presented me with a white elephant, I could hardly have been more embarrassed than I was at the apparition of this urbane and magnificent Hindu prince. He was young, he was handsome, he was slim for a Rajah. He wore European costume save for the huge white turban with its obtrusive diamond, and he spoke English much better than a great many Englishmen. Yet what place could he fill in my life and Elsie's? For once I felt almost angry with Harold. Why couldn't he have allowed us to go quietly through India, two simple, unofficial journalistic pilgrims in our native obscurity? His Highness of Muzaffarnagar, however, had his own views on this question. With a courteous wave of one dusky hand, he motioned us gracefully into somebody else's deck-chairs, and then sat down on another beside us, while the gorgeous suite stood by in respectful silence, unctuous gentlemen in pink and gold brocade, forming a court all around us. Elsie and I, unaccustomed to be so observed, grew conscious of our hands, our skirts, our postures. But the Maharajah posed himself with perfect unconcern, like one well used to the fierce light of royalty. "I have come," he said with simple dignity, "to superintend the preparations for your reception." "Gracious heavens!" I exclaimed. "Our reception, Maharajah! I think you misunderstand. We are two ordinary English ladies of the proletariat, accustomed to the level plane of professional society. We expect no reception." He bowed again with stately Eastern deference. "Friends of Tillington's," he said shortly, "are persons of distinction. Besides, I have heard of you from Lady Georgina Fawley." "Lady Georgina is too good," I answered, though inwardly I raged against her. Why couldn't she leave us alone to feed in peace on Dak Bungalow chicken instead of sending us this regal-mannered heathen to bother us? "So I have come down to Bombay to make sure that you are met in the style that befits your importance in society," he went on, waving his suite away with one careless hand, for he saw it fussed us. "I mentioned you to His Honour the Acting Governor, who had not heard you were coming. His Honour's aide-de-camp will follow shortly with an invitation to Government House while you remain in Bombay, which will not be many days, I don't doubt, for there is nothing in this city of plague to stop for. Later on, during your progress up my country, I do myself the honour to hope that you will stay as my guests for as long as you choose at Muzaffarnagar." My first impulse was to answer, "Impossible, Maharajah, we couldn't dream of accepting your kind invitation." But on second thoughts I remembered my duty to my proprietor. Journalism first, inclination afterwards. My letter from Egypt on the rescue of the Englishwoman who escaped from Khartoum had brought me great éclat as a special correspondent, and the Daily Telephone now billed my name in big letters on its placards, so Mr. Elworthy wrote me. Here was another noble chance. Must I not strive to rise to it? Two English ladies at a native court in Rajputana. That ought to afford scope for some rattling journalism. "It is extremely kind of you," I said, hesitating, "and it would give us great pleasure, were it feasible, to accept your friendly offer. But English ideas, you know, Prince. Two unprotected women. I hardly see how we could come alone to Muzaffarnagar unchaperoned." The Maharajah's face lighted up. He was evidently flattered that we should even thus dubiously entertain his proposal. "Oh, I've thought about that too," he answered, growing more colloquial in tone. "I've been some days in Bombay, making enquiries and preparations. You see, you had not informed the authorities of your intended visit, so that you were travelling incognito, or should it be incognita? And if Tillington hadn't written to let me know your movements, you might have arrived at this port without anybody's knowing it, and have been compelled to take refuge in an hotel on landing." He spoke as if we had been accustomed all our lives long to be received with red cloth by the mayor and corporation, and presented with illuminated addresses and the freedom of the city in a gold snuff-box. "But I have seen to all that. The acting governor's aide-de-camp will be down before long, and I have arranged that if you consent a little later to honour my humble roof in Rajputana with your august presence, Major Balmossie and his wife will accompany you and chaperon you. I have lived in England. Of course I understand that two English ladies of your rank and position cannot travel alone, as if you were Americans. But Mrs. Balmossie is a nice little soul of unblemished character." That sweet touch charmed me. Received at Government House, he had learned the respect due to Mrs. Grundy, so that if you will accept my invitation you may rest assured that everything will be done with the utmost regard to the unaccountable prejudices of Europeans." His thoughtfulness took me aback. I thanked him warmly. He unbent at my thanks. "And I am obliged to you in return," he said. "It gives me great pleasure to be able, through you, to repay Harold Tillington part of the debt I owe him. He was so good to me at Oxford. Miss Cayley, you are new to India, and therefore, as yet, no doubt unprejudiced. You treat a native gentleman, I see, like a human being. I hope you will not stop long enough in our country to get over that stage, as happens to most of your countrymen and countrywomen. In England a man like myself is an Indian prince. In India, to 99 out of 100 Europeans, he is just a damned nigger." I smiled sympathetically. "I think," I said, venturing under these circumstances on a harmless little swear-word, of course in quotation marks, "you may trust me never to reach damn nigger point." "So I believe," he answered, "if you are a friend of Harold Tillington's. Ebony or ivory, he never forgot we were two men together." 5 minutes later, when the Maharajah had gone to inquire about our luggage, Lord Southminster strolled up. "Oh, I say, Miss Cayley," he burst out, "I'm off now, ta-ta, but remember that offer's always open. By the way, who's your black friend? I couldn't help laughing at the airs the fellow gave himself. To see a nigger sitting there, with a suite all around him, waving his hands and sunning his rings, and behaving for all the world as if he were a gentleman, it's really too ridiculous. Harold Tillington picked up a fellow like that at Oxford. Deuced good cricketer, too. Wonder if this is the same one?" "Good-bye, Lord Southminster," I said quietly, with a stiff little bow. "Remember on your side that your offer was rejected once for all last night. Yes, the Indian prince is Harold Tillington's friend, the Maharajah of Muzaffarnagar, whose ancestors were princes, while ours were dressed in woad and oak leaves. But you were right about one thing. He behaves like a gentleman." "Oh, I say," the pea-green young man ejaculated, drawing back, "that's another in the eye for me. You're a good 'un at facers. You gave me one for a welcome, and you give me one now for a parting shot. Never mind, though, I can wait. You're backing the wrong fella, but you're not the Ethels, and you're well worth waiting for." He waved his hand. "So long. See you again in London." And he retired with that fatuous smile still absorbing his features. Our 3 days in Bombay were uneventful. We merely waited to get rid of the roll of the ship, which continued to haunt us for hours after we landed, the floor of our bedrooms having acquired an ugly trick of rising in long undulations, as if Bombay were suffering from chronic earthquake. We made the acquaintance of His Honour the Acting Governor, and His Honour's consort. We were also introduced to Mrs. Balmossie, the lady who was to chaperone us to Muzaffarnagar. Her husband was a soldierly Scotchman from Forfarshire, but she herself was English, a flighty little body with a perpetual giggle. She giggled so much over the idea of the Maharajah's inviting us to his palace that I wondered why on earth she accepted his invitation. At this she seemed surprised. "Why, it's one of the jolliest places in Rajputana," she said, with a bland Simla smile. "So picturesque, he, and so delightful. Simpkin flows like water. Simpkin's Baboo English for champagne, you know. He. And though of course the Maharajah's only a native like the rest of them, still he's been educated at Oxford and has mixed with Europeans, and he knows how to make one well, thoroughly comfortable." "But what shall we eat?" I asked. "Rice, ghee, and chupatis?" "Oh dear, no. Europe food, every bit of it. Foie gras and York ham and wine ad lib. His hospitality's massive. If it weren't for that, of course, one wouldn't dream of going there. But Archie hopes some day to be made resident, don't you know, and it will do him no harm, with the Foreign Office, to have cultivated friendly relations beforehand with His Highness of Muzaffarnagar. These natives, so absurdly sensitive." For myself, the Maharajah interested me, and I rather liked him. Besides, he was Harold's friend, and that was in itself sufficient recommendation. So I determined to push straight into the heart of native India first, and only afterwards to do the regular tourist round of Agra and Delhi, the Taj and the mosques, Benares and Allahabad, leaving the English and Calcutta for the tail of my journey. It was better journalism. As I thought that thought, I began to fear that Mr. Elworthy was right after all, and that I was a born journalist. On the day fixed for our leaving Bombay, whom should I meet but Lord Southminster, with the Maharajah, at the railway station. He lounged up to me with that eternal smile still vaguely pervading his empty features. "Well, we shall have a jolly party, I gather," he said. "They tell me this nigger is famous for his tigers." I gazed at him, positively taken aback. "You don't mean to tell me," I cried, "you actually propose to accept the Maharajah's hospitality?" His smile absorbed him. "Yes," he answered, twirling his yellow moustache and gazing across at the unconscious prince, who was engaged in overlooking the arrangements for our saloon carriage. "The black fellow discovered I was a cousin of Harold's, so he came to call upon me at the club, of which some Johnnies here made me an honorary member. He's offered me the run of his place while I'm in India, and of course I've accepted. Eccentric sort of chap, can't make him out myself. Says anyone connected with Harold Tillington is always dear to him. Rum start, isn't it?" "He's a mere Oriental," I answered, "unused to the ways of civilized life. He cherishes the superannuated virtue of gratitude." "Yes, no doubt. So I'm coming along with you." I drew back, horrified. "Now? While I'm there? After what I told you last week on the steamer?" "Oh, that's all right. I bear you no malice. If I want any fun, of course, I must go while you're at Muzaffarnagar." "Why so?" "You see, this black bounder means to get up some big things at his place in your honor, and one naturally goes to stop with anyone who has big things to offer. Hang it all, what does it matter who a fellow is if he can give you a good shooting? It's shooting, don't you know, that keeps society in England together." "And therefore you propose to stop in the same house with me," I exclaimed, "in spite of what I have told you? Well, Lord Southminster, I should have thought there were limits which even your taste—" He cut me short with an inane grin. "There you make your blooming little error," he answered airily. "I told you I keep my offer still open, and hang it all, I don't mean to lose sight of you in a hurry. Some other fellow might come along and pick you up when I wasn't looking, and I don't want to miss you. In point of fact, I don't mind telling you I back myself still for a couple of thou sooner or later to marry you. It's dogged as does it. Faint heart, they say, never won fair lady." If it had not been that I could not bear to disappoint my Indian prince, I think when I heard this I should have turned back then and there at the station. The journey up country was uneventful but dusty. The Mofussil appears to consist mainly of dust. Indeed, I can now recall nothing of it but one pervading white cloud, which has blotted from my memory all its other components. The dust clung to my hair after many washings, and was never really beaten out of my travelling clothes. I believe part of it thus went round the world with me to England. When at last we reached Muzaffarnagar, after 2 days and a night's hard travelling, we were met by a crowd of local grandees, who looked as if they had spent the greater part of their lives in brushing back their whiskers, and we drove up at once, in European carriages, to the Maharajah's palace. The look of it astonished me. It was a strange and rambling old Hindu hill-fort, high perched on a scarped crag, like Edinburgh Castle, and accessible only on one side, up a gigantic staircase, guarded on either hand by huge sculptured elephants cut in the living sandstone. Below clustered the town, an intricate mass of tangled alleys. I had never seen anything so picturesque or so dirty in my life. As for Elsie, she was divided between admiration for its beauty and terror at the big-whiskered and white-turbaned attendants. "What sort of rooms shall we have?" I whispered to our moral guarantee, Mrs. Balmossie. "Oh, beautiful, dear!" the little lady smirked back. "Furnished throughout, by Liberty. The Maharajah wants to do honour to his European guests. He fancies, poor man, he's quite European. That's what comes of sending these creatures to Oxford. So he's had suites of rooms furnished for any white visitor who may chance to come his way. Ridiculous, isn't it? And champagne! Oh, gallons of it! He's quite proud of his rooms. He's always asking people to come and occupy them. He thinks he's done them up in the best style of decoration." He had reason, for they were as tasteful as they were dainty and comfortable, and I could not for the life of me make out why his hospitable inclination should be voted ridiculous. But Mrs. Balmossie appeared to find all natives alike a huge joke together. She never even spoke of them without a condescending smile of distant compassion. Indeed, most Anglo-Indians seem first to do their best to Anglicize the Hindu, and then to laugh at him for aping the Englishman. After we had been 3 days at the palace, and had spent hours in the wonderful temples and ruins, the Maharajah announced with considerable pride at breakfast one morning that he had got up a tiger hunt in our special honour. Lord Southminster rubbed his hands. "Ha! "That's right, Maharajah," he said briskly. "I do love big game. To tell you the truth, old man, that's just what I came here for." "You do me too much honor," the Hindu answered, with quiet sarcasm. "My town and palace may have little to offer that is worth your attention, but I am glad that my big game, at least, has been lucky enough to attract you." The remark was thrown away on the pea-green young man. He had described his host to me as a black bounder. Out of his own mouth I condemned him. He supplied the very word. He was himself nothing more than a born bounder. During the next few days the preparations for the tiger hunt occupied all the Maharajah's energies. "You know, Miss Cayley," he said to me, as we stood upon the big stairs, looking down on the Hindu city, "a tiger hunt is not a thing to be got up lightly. Our people themselves don't like killing a tiger. They reverence it too much. They're afraid its spirit might haunt them afterwards and bring them bad luck. That's one of our superstitions." "You do not share it yourself, then?" I asked. He drew himself up and opened his palms with a twinkling of pendant emeralds. "I am royal," he answered with naive dignity, "and the tiger is a royal beast. Kings know the way of kings, and if a king kills what is kingly it owes him no grudge for it. But if a common man, or a low-caste man, were to kill a tiger, who can say what might happen?" I saw he was not himself quite free from the superstition. "Our peasants," he went on, fixing me with his great black eyes, "won't even mention the tiger by name for fear of offending him. They believe him to be the dwelling-place of a powerful spirit. If they wish to speak of him, they say, 'the great beast,' or 'my lord the striped one.' Some think the spirit is immortal except at the hands of a king. But they have no objection to see him destroyed by others. They will even point out his whereabouts, and rejoice over his death, for it relieves the village of a serious enemy, and they believe the spirit will only haunt the huts of those who actually kill him." "Then you know where each tiger lives?" I asked. "As well as your gamekeepers in England know which covert may be drawn for foxes. Yes, 'tis a royal sport, and we keep it for Maharajahs. I myself never hunt a tiger till some European visitor of distinction comes to Muzaffarnagar, that I may show him good sport. This tiger we shall hunt to-morrow, for example, he is a bad old hand. He has carried off the buffaloes of my villages over yonder for years and years, and of late he has also become a man-eater. He once ate a whole family at a meal, a man, his wife, and his 3 children. The people at Janwargur have been pestering me for weeks to come and shoot him, and each week he has eaten somebody, a child or a woman. The last was yesterday. But I waited till you came, because I thought it would be something to show you that you would not be likely to see elsewhere." "And you let the poor people go on being eaten, that we might enjoy this sport?" I cried. He shrugged his shoulders and opened his palms. "They were villagers, you know, ryots, mere tillers of the soil, poor, naked peasants. I have thousands of them to spare. If a tiger eats 10 of them, they only say, 'It was written upon their foreheads.' One woman more or less, who would notice her at Muzaffarnagar?" Then I perceived that the Maharajah was a gentleman, but still a barbarian. The eventful morning arrived at last, and we started, all agog, for the jungle where the tiger was known to live. Elsie excused herself. She remarked to me the night before, as I brushed her back hair for her, that she had half a mind not to go. "My dear," I answered, giving the brush a good dash, "for a higher mathematician that phrase lacks accuracy. If you were to say 7/8 of a mind, it would be nearer the mark. In point of fact, if you ask my opinion, your inclination to go is a vanishing quantity." She admitted the impeachment with an accusing blush. "You're quite right, Brownie. To tell you the truth, I'm afraid of it." "So am I, dear, horribly afraid. Between ourselves, I'm in a deadly funk of it. But the brave man is not he that feels no fear, and I believe the same principle applies almost equally to the brave woman. I mean, that fear to subdue as far as I'm able. The Maharajah says I shall be the first girl who has ever gone tiger hunting. I'm frightened out of my life. I never held a gun in my born days. But, Elsie, recollect, this is splendid journalism. I intend to go through with it." "You offer yourself on the altar, Brownie." "I do, dear. I propose to die in the cause. I expect my proprietor to carve on my tomb, 'Sacred to the memory of the martyr of journalism. She was killed in the act of taking shorthand notes by a Bengal tiger.'" We started at early dawn, a motley mixture. My short bicycling skirt did beautifully for tiger hunting. There was a vast company of native swells, nawabs, and ranas in gorgeous costumes, whose precise names and titles I do not pretend to remember. There were also Major Balmossie, Lord Southminster, the Maharajah, and myself, all mounted on gaily caparisoned elephants. We had likewise on foot a miserable crowd of wretched beaters, with dirty white loin-cloths. We were all very brave, of course, demonstratively brave, and we talked a great deal at the start about the exhilaration given by the spice of danger. But it somehow struck me that the poor beaters on foot had the majority of the danger and extremely little of the exhilaration. Each of us great folk was mounted on his own elephant, which carried a light basket-work howdah in 2 compartments, the front one intended for the noble sportsman, the back one for a servant with extra guns and ammunition. I pretended to like it, but I fear I trembled visibly. Our mahouts sat on the elephants' necks, each armed with a pointed goad, to whose admonition the huge beasts answered like clockwork. A born journalist always pretends to know everything beforehand, so I speak carelessly of the mahout as if he were a familiar acquaintance. But I don't mind telling you, aside, in confidence, that I had only just learnt the word that morning. The Maharajah protested at first against my taking part in the actual hunt, but I think his protest was merely formal. In his heart of hearts I believe he was proud that the first lady tiger-hunter should have joined his party. Dusty and shadeless, the road from Muzaffarnagar fares straight across the plain towards the crumbling mountains. Behind, in the heat-mist, the castle and palace on their steeply scarped crag, with the squalid town that clustered at their feet, reminded me once more, most strangely, of Edinburgh, where I used to spend my vacations from Girton. But the pitiless sun differed greatly from the grey haar of the northern metropolis. It warmed into intense white the little temples of the wayside, and beat on our heads with tropical garishness. I am bound to admit also that tiger-hunting is not quite all it's cracked up to be. In my fancy I had pictured the gallant and bloodthirsty beast rushing out upon us full pelt from some grass-grown nullah at the first sniff of our presence, and fiercely attacking both men and elephants. Instead of that, I will confess the whole truth. Frightened as at least one of us was of the tiger was still more desperately frightened of his human assailants. I could see clearly that so far from rushing out of his own accord to attack us, his one desire was to be left alone. He was horribly afraid. He skulked in the jungle like a wary old fox in a trusty spinney. There was no nullah, whatever a nullah might be. There was only a waste of dusty canebrake. We encircled the tall grass patch where he lurked, formed a big mound with a ring fence of elephants. The beaters on foot, advancing, half naked, with a caution with which I could fully sympathize, endeavoured by loud shouts and gesticulations to rouse the royal beast to a sense of his position. Not a bit of it. The royal beast declined to be drawn. He preferred retirement. The Maharajah, whose elephant was stationed next to mine, even apologized for the resolute cowardice with which he clung to his ignoble lurking-place. The beaters drew in. The elephants, raising their trunks in air and sniffing suspicion, moved slowly inward. We had girt him round now with a perfect ring, through which he could not possibly break without attacking somebody. The Maharajah kept a fixed eye on my personal safety. But still the royal animal crouched and skulked, and still the black beaters shrieked, howled, and gesticulated. At last, among the tall perpendicular lights and shadows of the big grasses and bamboos, I seemed to see something move, something striped like the stems, yet passing slowly, slowly, slowly between them. It moved in a stealthy, undulating line. No one could believe till he saw it how the bright flame-coloured bands of vivid orange-yellow on the monster's flanks, and the interspersed black stripes, could fade away and harmonize in their native surroundings with the lights and shades of the upright jungle. It was a marvel of mimicry. "Look there!" I cried to the Maharajah, pointing one eager hand. "What is that thing there, moving?" He stared where I pointed. "By Jove!" he cried, raising his rifle with a sportsman's quickness, "you have spotted him first! The tiger!" The terrified beast stole slowly and cautiously through the tall grasses, his lithe, silken side gliding in and out snake-wise, and only his fierce eyes burning bright with gleaming flashes between the gloom of the jungle. Once I had seen him, I could follow with ease his sinuous path among the tangled bamboos, a waving line of beauty in perpetual motion. The Maharajah followed him too, with his keen eyes, and pointed his rifle hastily. But quick as he was, Lord Southminster was before him. I had half expected to find the pea-green young man turn coward at the last moment, but in that I was mistaken. I will do him the justice to say, whatever else he was a born sportsman. The gleam of joy in his leaden eye when he caught sight of the tiger, the flush of excitement on his pasty face, the eagerness of his alert attitude, were things to see and remember. That moment almost ennobled him. In sight of danger, the best instincts of the savage seemed to revive within him. In civilized life he was a poor creature. Face to face with a wild beast, he became a mighty shikari. Perhaps that was why he was so fond of big-game shooting. He may have felt it raised him in the scale of being. He lifted his rifle and fired. He was a cool shot, and he wounded the beast upon its left shoulder. I could see the great crimson stream gush out all at once across the shapely sides, staining the flame-colored stripes and reddening the black shadows. The tiger drew back, gave a low, fierce growl, and then crouched among the jungle. I saw he was going to leap. He bent his huge backbone into a strong downward curve, took in a deep breath, and stood at bay, glaring at us. Which elephant would he attack? That was what he was now debating. Next moment, with a frightful roar, he had straightened out his muscles, and like a bolt from a bow had launched his huge bulk forward. I never saw his charge. I never knew he had leapt upon me. I only felt my elephant rock from side to side like a ship in a storm. He was trumpeting, shaking, roaring with rage and pain, for the tiger was on his flanks, its claws buried deep in the skin of his forehead. I could not keep my seat. I felt myself tossed about in the frail howdah like a pill in a pill-box. The elephant, in a death grapple, was trying to shake off his ghastly enemy. For a minute or two I was conscious of nothing save this swinging movement. Then, opening my eyes for a second, I saw the tiger, in all his terrible beauty, clinging to the elephant's head by the claws of his forepaws, and struggling for a foothold on its trunk with his mighty hind legs, in a wounded agony of despair and vengeance. He would sell his life dear. He would have one or other of us. Lord Southminster raised his rifle again, but the Maharajah shouted aloud in an angry voice, "Don't fire! Don't fire! You will kill the lady. You can't aim at him like that. The beast is rocking so that no one can say where a shot will take effect. Down with your gun, sir, instantly." My mahout, unable to keep his seat with the rocking, now dropped off his cushion among the scrub below. He could speak a few words of English. "Shoot, Mem Sahib, shoot!" he cried, flinging his hands up. But I was tossed to and fro, from side to side, with my rifle under my arm. It was impossible to aim. Yet in sheer terror I tried to draw the trigger. I failed, but somehow I caught my rifle against the side of my cage. Something snapped in it somewhere. It went off unexpectedly, without my aiming or firing. I shut my eyes. When I opened them again, I saw a swimming picture of the great sullen beast, losing his hold on the elephant. I saw his brindled face. I saw his white tusks. But his gleaming pupils burned bright no longer. His jaw was full towards me. I had shot him between the eyes. He fell slowly, with blood streaming from his nostrils and his tongue lolling out. His muscles relaxed, his huge limbs grew limp. In a minute he lay stretched at full length on the ground, with his head on one side, a grand, terrible picture. My mahout flung up his hands in wonder and amazement. "By father!" he cried aloud, "truly the Mem Sahib is a great shikari." The Maharajah stretched across to me. "That was a wonderful shot," he exclaimed. "I could never have believed a woman could show such nerve and coolness." Nerve and coolness, indeed! I was trembling all over like an Italian greyhound, every limb a jelly, and I had not even fired. The rifle went off of itself without me. I am innocent of having ever endangered the life of a haycock, but once more I dissembled. "Yes, it was a difficult shot," I said jauntily, as if I rather liked tiger hunting. "I didn't think I'd hit him." Still, the effect of my speech was somewhat marred, I fear, by the tears that, in spite of me, rolled down my cheeks silently. "'Pon honour, I never saw a finer piece of shooting in my life," Lord Southminster drawled out. Then he added aside, in an undertone, "Makes a fellow more determined to annex her than ever." I sat in my howdah, half dazed. I hardly heard what they were saying. My heart danced like the elephant. Then it stood still within me. I was only aware of a feeling of faintness. Luckily for my reputation as a mighty sportswoman, however, I just managed to keep up, and did not actually faint, as I was more than half inclined to do. Next followed the native paean. They crowded round the fallen beast in a chorus of congratulation. Many of the villagers also ran out, with prayers and ejaculations, to swell our triumph. It was all like a dream. They hustled round me and salaamed me. A woman had shot him. Wonderful! A babel of voices resounded in my ears. I was aware that pure accident had elevated me into a heroine. "Put the beast on a pad elephant," the Maharajah called out. The beaters tied ropes round his body and raised him with difficulty. The Maharajah's face grew stern. "Where are the whiskers?" he asked fiercely in his own tongue, which Major Balmossie interpreted for me. The beaters and the villages, bowing low and expanding their hands, made profuse expressions of ignorance and innocence. But the fact was patent. The grand face had been mangled. While they had crowded in a dense group round the fallen carcass, someone had cut off the lips and whiskers and secreted them. "They have ruined the skin," the Maharajah cried out in angry tones. "I intended it for the lady. I shall have them all searched, and the man who has done this thing—" He broke off and looked around him. His silence was more terrible by far than the fiercest threat. I saw him now, the Oriental despot. All the natives drew back, awestruck. "The voice of a king is the voice of a great god," my mahout murmured in a solemn whisper. Then nobody else said anything. "Why do they want the whiskers?" I asked, just to set things straight again. "They seem to have been in a precious hurry to take them." The Maharajah's brow cleared. He turned to me once more with his European manner. "A tiger's body has wonderful power after its death," he answered. "His fangs and his claws are very potent charms. His heart gives courage. Whoever eats of it will never know fear. His liver preserves against death and pestilence, but the highest virtue of all exists in his whiskers. They are mighty talismans. Chopped up in food, they act as a slow poison, which no doctor can detect, no antidote guard against. They are also a sovereign remedy against magic or the evil eye. And administered to women they make an irresistible philtre, a puissant love potion. They secure you the heart of whoever drinks them." "I'd give a couple of monkeys for those whiskers," Lord Southminster murmured, half unnoticed. We began to move again. "We'll go on to where we know there is another tiger," the Maharajah said lightly, as if tigers were partridges. "Miss Cayley, you will come with us?" I rested on my laurels. I was quivering still from head to foot. "No, thank you, Maharajah," as unconcernedly as I could. "I've had quite enough sport for my first day's tiger hunting. I think I'll go back now and write a newspaper account of this little adventure." "You have had luck," he put in. "Not everyone kills a tiger his first day out. This will make good reading." "I wouldn't have missed it for 100 pounds," I answered. "Then try another." "I wouldn't try another for 1,000," I cried fervently. That evening at the palace I was the heroine of the day. They toasted me in a bumper of Heidsieck's dry monopole. The men made speeches. Everybody talked gushingly of my splendid courage and my steadiness of hand. It was a brilliant shot under such difficult circumstances. For myself I said nothing. I pretended to look modest. I dared not confess the truth, that I never fired at all. And from that day to this I have never confessed it, till I write it down now in these confiding memoirs. One episode cast a gloom over my ill-deserved triumph. In the course of the evening a telegram arrived for the pea-green young man by a white-turbaned messenger. He read it and crumpled it up carelessly in his hand. I looked enquiry. "Yes," he answered, nodding. "You're quite right, it's that. Poor old Marmee is gone, after all. Ezekiel and Habakkuk have carried off his 16 stone at last. I don't mind telling you now, though it was a near thing, it's I who am the winner." End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Miss Cayley's Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Goldfish. Miss Cayley's Adventures by Grant Allen. Chapter 10. The Adventure of the Cross-Eyed Q.C. The cold weather, as it is humorously called, was now drawing to a close, and the young ladies in sailor hats and cambric blouses, who flocked to India each autumn for the annual marriage market, were beginning to resign themselves to a return to England, unless, of course, they had succeeded in "catching." So I realised that I must hurry on to Delhi and Agra if I were not to be intercepted by the intolerable summer. When we started from Muzaffarnagar for Delhi and the East, Lord Southminster was starting for Bombay and Europe. This surprised me not a little, for he had confided to my unsympathetic ear a few nights earlier in the Maharaja's billiard-room that he was stony broke, and must wait at Muzaffarnagar for lack of funds till the oof bird laid at his bankers in England. His conversation enlarged my vocabulary at any rate. "So you've managed to get away?" I exclaimed as he dawdled up to me at the hot and dusty station. "Yes," he drawled, fixing his eyeglass and lighting a cigarette. "I've managed to get away. Maharaj seems to have thought it would be cheaper in the end to pay out than to keep me." "You don't mean to say he offered to lend you money?" I cried. "No, not exactly that. I offered to borrow it." "From the man you call a nigger?" His smile spread broader over his face than ever. "Well, we borrow from the Jews, you know," he said pleasantly. "So why the deuce shouldn't we borrow from the heathen also? Spoiling the Egyptians, don't you see? The same as we used to read about in the Scripture when we were innocent kiddies. Like marriage, quite. You borrow in haste and repay at leisure." He strolled off and took his seat. I was glad to get rid of him at the main line junction. In accordance with my usual merciful custom, I spare you the details of our visit to Agra, Muttra, Benares. At Calcutta, Elsie left me. Her health was now quite restored. Dear little soul, I felt I had done that one good thing in life, if no other, and she could no longer withstand the higher mathematics which were beckoning her to London with invisible fingers. For myself, having so far accomplished my original design of going round the world with 2d. in my pocket, I could not bear to draw back at half the circuit, and Mr. Elworthy having willingly consented to my return by Singapore and Yokohama, I set out alone on my homeward journey. Harold wrote me from London that all was going well. He had found the will which I drew up at Florence in his uncle's escritoire, and everything was left to him. But, he trusted, in spite of this untoward circumstance, long absence might have altered my determination. "Dear Lois," he wrote, "I expect you to come back to England and marry me." I was brief but categorical. Nothing, meanwhile, had altered my resolve. I did not wish to be considered mercenary. While he was rich and honoured, I could never take him. If, some day, fortune frowned— but there, let us not forestall the feat of calamity. Let us await contingencies. Still, I was heavy in heart. If only it had been otherwise. To say the truth, I should be thrown away on a millionaire, but just think what a splendid managing wife a girl like me would have made for a penniless pauper. At Yokohama, however, while I dawdled in curiosity shops, a telegram from Harold startled me into seriousness. My chance at last! I knew what it meant, that villain Higginson. "Come home at once. I want your evidence to clear my character. Southminster opposes the will as a forgery. He has a strong case. The experts are with him." Forgery! That was clever. I never thought of that. I suspected them of trying to forge a will of their own, but to upset the real one, to throw the burden of suspicion on Harold's shoulders, how much subtler and craftier. I saw at a glance it gave them every advantage. In the first place, it put Harold virtually in the place of the accused, and compelled him to defend instead of attacking, an attitude which prejudices people against one from the outset. Then again, it implied positive criminality on his part, and so allowed Lord Southminster to assume the air of injured innocence. The eldest son of the eldest brother, unjustly set aside by the scheming machinations of an unscrupulous cousin. Primogeniture, the ingrained English love for keeping up the dignity of a noble family, the prejudice in favour of the direct male line as against the female, all were astutely utilised in Lord Southminster's interest. But worst of all, it was I who had typewritten the will. I, a friend of Harold's, a woman whom Lord Southminster would doubtless try to exhibit as his fiancée. I saw at once how much like conspiracy it looked. Harold and I had agreed together to concoct a false document, and Harold had forged his uncle's signature to it. Could a British jury doubt when a lord declared it? Fortunately, I was just in time to catch the Canadian steamer from Japan to Vancouver. But oh, the endless breadth of that broad Pacific! How time seemed to lag as each day one rose in the morning, in the midst of space, blue sky overhead, behind one the hard horizon, in front of one the hard horizon, and nothing else visible. Then steamed on all day, to arrive at night where? Why, in the midst of space, starry sky overhead, behind one the dim horizon, in front of one the dim horizon, and nothing else visible. The Nile was child's play to it. Day after day we steamed, and night after night was still where we began, in the centre of the sea, no farther from our starting point, no nearer to our goal, yet for ever steaming. It was endlessly wearisome. Who could say what might be happening meanwhile in England? At last, after months, as it seemed, of this slow torture, we reached Vancouver. There in the raw new town a telegram awaited me. "Glad to hear you are coming. Make all haste. You may be just in time to arrive for the trial." Just in time! I would not waste a moment. I caught the first train on the Canadian Pacific, and travelled straight through day and night to Montreal and Quebec, without 1 hour's interval. I cannot describe to you that journey across a continent I had never seen before. It was endless and hopeless. I only know that we crawled up the Rocky Mountains and the Selkirk Range, over spider-like viaducts with interminable effort, and that the prairies were just the broad Pacific over again. They rolled on for ever. But we did reach Quebec. In time we reached it, and we caught by an hour the first liner to Liverpool. At Prince's Landing Stage another telegram awaited me. "Come at once. Case now proceeding. Harold is in court. We need your evidence. Georgina Fawley." I might still be in time to vindicate Harold's character. At Euston, to my surprise, I was met not only by my dear cantankerous old lady, but also by my friend, the magnificent Maharajah, dressed this time in a frock coat and silk hat of Bond Street glossiness. "What has brought you to England?" I asked, astonished. "The Jubilee?" He smiled and showed his 2 fine rows of white teeth. "That nominally. In reality, the cricket season. I play for Bucks. But most of all, to see dear Tillington safe through this trouble." "He's a brick," Lady Georgina cried with enthusiasm. "A regular brick, my dear Lois. His carriage is waiting outside to take you up to my house. He has stood by Harold, well, like a Christian." "Or a Hindu," the Maharajah corrected, smiling. "And how have you been all this time, dear Lady Georgina?" I asked, hardly daring to inquire about what was nearest to my soul, Harold. The cantankerous old lady knitted her brows in a familiar fashion. "Oh, my dear, don't ask. I haven't known a happy hour since you left me in Switzerland. Lois, I shall never be happy again without you. It would pay me to give you a retaining fee of 1,000 a year. Honour bright it would, I assure you. What I've suffered from the Gretchens since you've been in the East has only been equalled by what I've suffered from the Mary Anns and the Celestines. Not a hair left on my scalp, not one hair, I declare to you. They've made my head into a tabula rasa for the various restorers. George R. Sims and Mrs. S. A. Allen are going to fight it out between them. My dear, I wish you could take my maid's place. I've always said—" I finished the speech for her. A lady can do better, whatever she turns her hand to, than any of these hussies. She nodded. "And why?" "Because her hands are hands. While as for the Gretchens and the Mary Anns, paws is the only word one can honestly apply to them. Then on top of it all comes this trouble about Harold. So distressing, isn't it? You see, at the point which the matter has reached, it is simply impossible to save Harold's reputation without wrecking Southminster's. Pretty position that for a respectable family. The Ashursts hitherto have been quite respectable. A co-respondent or two, perhaps, but never anything serious. Now either Southminster sends Harold to prison, or Harold sends Southminster. There's a nice sort of a dilemma. I always knew Kynaston's boys were born fools, but to find they're born knaves too is hard on an old woman in her hairless dotage. However, you've come, my child, and you'll soon set things right. You're the one person on earth I can trust in this matter." Harold? Go to prison? My head reeled at the thought. I staggered out into the open air and took my seat mechanically in the Maharajah's carriage. All London swam before me. After so many months' absence, the polychromatic decorations of our English streets, looming up through the smoke, seemed both strange and familiar. I drove through the first half-mile with a vague consciousness that Lipton's tea is the perfection of cocoa and matchless for the complexion, but that it dyes all colours and won't wash clothes. After a while, however, I woke up to the full terror of the situation. "Where are you taking me?" I inquired. "To my house, dear," Lady Georgina answered, looking anxiously at me, for my face was bloodless. "No, that won't do," I answered. "My cue must be now to keep myself as aloof as possible from Harold and Harold's backers. I must put up at an hotel. It will sound so much better in cross-examination." "She's quite right," the Maharajah broke in with sudden conviction. "One must block every ball with these nasty swift bowlers." "Where's Harold?" I asked after another pause. "Why didn't he come to meet me?" "My dear, how could he? He's under examination, a cross-eyed Q.C. with an odious leer. Southminster's chosen the biggest bully at the bar to support his contention." "Drive to some hotel in the Jermyn Street district," I cried to the Maharajah's coachman. "That will be handy for the law courts." He touched his hat and turned. In a sort of dickey behind sat two gorgeous turbaned Rajput servants. That evening Harold came round to visit me at my rooms. I could see he was much agitated. Things had gone very badly. Lady Georgina was there. She had stopped to dine with me, dear old thing, lest I should feel lonely and give way. So had Elsie Petheridge. Mr. Elworthy sent a telegram of welcome from Devonshire. I knew at least that my friends were rallying round me in this hour of trial. The kind Maharajah himself would have come too, if I had allowed him, but I thought it inexpedient. They explained everything to me. Harold had propounded Mr. Ashurst's will, the one I drew up at Florence, and had asked for probate. Lord Southminster intervened and opposed the grant of probate on the grounds that the signatures were forgeries. He propounded instead another will drawn some 20 years earlier, when they were both children, duly executed at the time and undoubtedly genuine. In it, testator left everything without reserve to the eldest son of his eldest brother, Lord Kynaston. "Marmee didn't know in those days that Kynaston's sons would all grow up fools," Lady Georgina said tartly. "Besides which, that was before the poor dear soul took to plunging on the stock exchange and made his money. He had nothing to leave then but his best silk hat and a few paltry hundreds. Afterwards, when he'd feathered his nest in soap and cocoa, he discovered that Bertie, that's Lord Southminster, was a first-class idiot. Marmee never liked Southminster, nor Southminster Marmee. For after all, with all his faults, Marmee was a gentleman, while Bertie, well, my dear, we needn't put a name to it. So he altered his will, as you know, when he saw the sort of man Southminster turned out, and left practically everything he possessed to Harold." "Who are the witnesses to the will?" I asked. "There's the trouble. Who do you think? Why, Higginson's sister, who was Marmee's masseuse, and a waiter, Franz Markheim, at the hotel at Florence, who's dead, they say, or at least not forthcoming." "And Higginson's sister forswears her signature," Harold added gloomily, "while the experts are, most of them, dead against the genuineness of my uncle's." "That's clever," I said, leaning back and taking it in slowly. Higginson's sister. How well they've worked it. They couldn't prevent Mr. Ashurst from making his will, but they managed to supply their own tainted witnesses. If it had been Higginson himself, now he'd have had to have been cross-examined, and in cross-examination, of course, we could have shaken his credit by bringing up the episodes of the Count de la Roche-sur-Loiret and Dr. Fortescue Langley. But his sister, what's she like? Have you anything against her?" "My dear," Lady Georgina cried, "there the rogue has bested us. Isn't it just like him? What do you suppose he has done? Why, provided himself with a sister of tried respectability and blameless character." "And she denies that it is her handwriting?" I asked. Higginson must have trained up his sister for 40 years in the ways of wickedness, yet held her in reserve for this supreme moment. "And where is Higginson?" I asked. Lady Georgina broke into a hysterical laugh. "Where is he, my dear? That's the question. With consummate strategy, the wretch has disappeared into space at the last moment." "That's artful again," I said. "His presence could only damage their case. I can see, of course, Lord Southminster has no need of him."
"Southminster's the wiliest fool that ever lived," Harold broke out bitterly. "Under that mask of imbecility he's a fox for trickiness."
I bit my lip. "Well, if you succeed in evading him," I said, "you will have cleared your character, and if you don't, then, Harold, our time will have come. You will have your longed-for chance of trying me."
"That won't do me much good," he answered, "if I have to wait 14 years for you at Portland."
Next morning in court I heard Harold's cross-examination. He described exactly where he had found the contested will in his uncle's escritoire. The cross-eyed Q.C., a heavy man with bloated features and a bulbous nose, begged him with one fat uplifted forefinger to be very careful. How did he know where to look for it?
"Because I knew the house well. I knew where my uncle was likely to keep his valuables." "Oh, indeed. Not because you had put it there?"
The court rang with laughter. My face grew crimson. After an hour or two of fencing, Harold was dismissed. He stood down, baffled. Counsel record Lord Southminster. The pea-green young man, stepping briskly up, gazed about him open-mouthed with a vacant stare. The look of cunning on his face was carefully suppressed. He wore, on the contrary, an air of injured innocence combined with an eyeglass.
"You did not put this will in the drawer where Mr. Tillington found it, did you?"
the counsel asked. The pea-green young man laughed.
"No, I certainly didn't put it there. My cousin Harold was man in possession. He took jolly good care I didn't come near the premises." "Do you think you could forge a will if you tried?"
Lord Southminster laughed. "No, I don't," he answered with a well-assumed naivety.
"That's just the difference between us, don't you know? I'm what they call a fool, and my cousin Harold's a precious clever fella."
There was another loud laugh.
"That's not evidence," the judge observed severely.
It was not, but it told far more than much that was. It told strongly against Harold.
"Besides," Lord Southminster continued with engaging frankness, "if I forged a will at all, I'd take jolly good care to forge it in my own favour."
My turn came next. Our counsel handed me the incriminated will.
"Did you draw up this document?" he asked.
I looked at it closely. The paper bore our Florentine watermark and was written with a spread eagle. "I typewrote it," I answered, gazing at it with care to make sure I recognised it. Our counsel's business was to uphold the will, not to cast aspersions upon it. He was evidently annoyed at my close examination.
"You have no doubts about it?"
he said, trying to prompt me. I hesitated. "No, no doubts," I answered, turning over the sheet and inspecting it still closer. "I typewrote it at Florence."
"Do you recognise that signature as Mr. Marmaduke Ashurst's?" he went on.
I stared at it. Was it his? It was like it, certainly. Yet those K's and those S's, I almost wondered. Counsel was obviously annoyed at my hesitation. He thought I was playing into the enemy's hands.
"Is it his or is it not?" he inquired again testily.
"It is his," I answered, yet I own I was troubled. He asked many questions about the circumstances of the interview when I took down the will. I answered them all, but I vaguely felt he and I were at cross purposes. I grew almost as uncomfortable under his gaze as if he had been examining me in the interest of the other side. He managed to fluster me. As a witness for Harold I was a grotesque failure. Then the cross-eyed Q.C., rising and shaking his huge bulk, began to cross-examine me.
"Where did you typewrite this thing, do you say?" he said, pointing to it contemptuously.
"In my office at Florence."
"Yes, I understand. You had an office at Florence. after you gave up retailing bicycles on the public roads, and you had a partner, I think, Miss Petherick or Petherton or Penny Farthing or something?" "Miss Petheridge," I corrected, while the court tittered. "Ah, Petheridge, you call it. Well, now, answer the question carefully. Did your Miss Petheridge hear Mr. Ashurst dictate the terms of his last will and testament?"
"No," I answered. "The interview was of a strictly confidential character. Mr. Ashurst took me aside into the back room at our office."
"Oh, he took you aside. Confidential. Well, now we are getting at it. Did anybody but yourself see or hear any part whatsoever of this precious document?"
"Certainly not," I replied. "It was a private matter."
"Private? Oh, very. Nobody else saw it. Did Mr. Ashurst take it away from the office in person?"
"No, he sent his courier for it."
"His courier? The man Higginson?"
"Yes, but I refused to give it to Higginson. I took it myself that night to the hotel where Mr. Ashurst was stopping."
"Ah, you took it yourself. So the only other person who knows anything at first hand about the existence of this alleged will is this person Higginson?"
"Miss Petheridge knows," I said, flushing. "At the time I told her of it."
"Oh, you told her. Well, that doesn't help us much. If what you are swearing isn't true, remember, you are on your oath, what you told Miss Petherick or Petheridge or Penny Farthing at the time can hardly be regarded as corroborative evidence. Your word then and your word now are just equally valuable or equally worthless. The only person who knows beside yourself is Higginson. Now, I ask you, where is Higginson? Are you going to produce him?"
The wicked cunning of it struck me dumb. They were keeping him away, and then using his absence to cast doubts on my veracity. "Stop!" I cried, taken aback. "Higginson is well known to be a rogue, and he is keeping away lest he may damage your side. I know nothing of Higginson."
"Yes, I'm coming to that in good time. Don't be afraid that we're going to pass over Higginson. You admit this man is a man of bad character. Now, what do you know of him?"
I told the stories of the Count and of Dr. Fortescue Langley. The cross-eyed cross-examiner leant across towards me and leered.
"And this is the man," he exclaimed with a triumphant air, "whose sister you pretended you had got to sign this precious document of yours?"
"Whom Mr. Ashurst got to sign it," I answered, red hot. "It is not my document."
"And you have heard that she swears it is not her signature at all?"
"So they tell me. She is Higginson's sister. For all I know, she may be prepared to swear, or to forswear, anything."
"Don't cast doubt upon our witnesses without cause. Miss Higginson is an eminently respectable woman. You gave this document to Mr. Ashurst, you say. There your knowledge of it ends. A signature is placed on it, which is not his, as our experts testify. It purports to be witnessed by a Swiss waiter who is not forthcoming, and who is asserted to be dead, as well as by a nurse who denies her signature. And the only other person who knows of its existence before Mr. Tillington discovers it in his uncle's desk is the missing man, Higginson. Is that, or is it not, the truth of the matter?"
"I suppose so," I said, baffled.
"Well, now, as to this man Higginson, he first appears upon the scene, so far as you are concerned, on the day when you travelled from London to Schlangenbad."
"That is so," I answered.
"And he nearly succeeded then in stealing Lady Georgina Fawley's jewel case."
"He nearly took it, but I saved it." And I explained the circumstance. The cross-eyed Q.C. held his fat sides with his hands, looking incredulous at me, and smiled. His vast width of waistcoat shook with silent merriment.
"You are a very clever young lady," he murmured. You can explain away anything, but don't you think it just as likely that it was a plot between you two, and that, owing to some mistake, the plot came off unsuccessful?"
"I do not," I cried, crimson. "I never saw the Count before that morning." He tried another tack.
"Still, wherever you went, this man Higginson, the only other person you admit who knows about the previous existence of the will, turned up simultaneously. He was always turning up at the same place that you did. He turned up at Lucerne as a face healer, didn't he?"
"If you will allow me to explain," I cried, biting my lip. He bowed, all blandness.
"Oh, certainly," he murmured. "Explain away everything."
I explained, but of course he had discounted and damaged my explanation. He made no comment.
"And then," he went on, with his hands on his hips, and his obtrusive rotundity, "he turned up at Florence as courier to Mr. Ashurst at the very date when this so-called will was being concocted?"
"He was at Florence when Mr. Ashurst dictated it to me," I answered, growing desperate.
"You admit he was in Florence. Good. Once more he turned up in India with my client, Lord Southminster, upon whose youth and inexperience he had managed to impose himself, and he carried him off, did he not, by one of these strange coincidences to which you are peculiarly liable, on the very same steamer on which you happened to be travelling?"
"Lord Southminster told me he took Higginson with him because a rogue suited his book," I answered warmly.
"Will you swear his lordship didn't say the rogue suited his book, which is quite another thing?"
the Q.C. asked blandly. "I will swear he did not," I replied. "I have correctly reported him."
"Then I congratulate you, young lady, on your excellent memory. My lord, will you allow me later to recall Lord Southminster to testify on this point?"
The judge nodded.
"Now, once more, as to your relations with the various members of the Ashurst family. You introduced yourself to Lady Georgina Fawley, I believe, quite casually, on a seat in Kensington Gardens?"
"That is true," I answered.
"You had never seen her before?"
"Never."
"And you promptly offered to go as her lady's maid to Schlangenbad in Germany?"
"In place of her lady's maid for 1 week," I answered.
"Ah, a delicate distinction. In place of her lady's maid. You are a lady, I believe, an officer's daughter, you told us, educated at Girton?"
"So I have said already," I replied, crimson.
"And you stick to it? By all means. Tell the truth and stick to it. It's always safest. Now, don't you think it was rather an odd thing for an officer's daughter to do, to run about Germany as maid to a lady of title?"
I tried to explain once more, but the jury smiled. You can't justify originality to a British jury. Why, they would send you to prison for that alone if they made the laws as well as dispensing them. He passed on after a while to another topic.
"I think you have boasted more than once in society that when you first met Lady Georgina Fawley you had 2d in your pocket to go round the world with?"
"I had," I answered, "and I went round the world with it."
"Exactly. I'm getting there in time. With it and other things. A few months later, more or less, you were touring up the Nile in your steam dahabeah, in the lap of luxury. You were taking saloon carriages on Indian railways, weren't you?"
I explained again. "The dahabeah was in the service of the Daily Telephone," I answered. "I became a journalist." He cross-questioned me about that.
"Then I am to understand," he said at last, leaning forward with all his waistcoat, "that you sprang yourself upon Mr. Elworthy at sight, pretty much as you sprang yourself upon Lady Georgina Fawley?"
"We arranged matters quickly," I admitted. The dexterous wretch was making my strongest points all tell against me.
"Well, he was a man, and you will admit, I suppose," fingering his smooth fat chin, that you are a lady of, what is the stock phrase reporters use, considerable personal attractions.
My lord, I said, turning to the bench, I appeal to you. Has he the right to compel me to answer that question? The judge bowed slightly.
The question requires no answer, he said with a quiet emphasis. I turned bright scarlet. Well, my lord, I defer to your ruling.
The cross-eyed cross-examiner continued radiant.
I go on to another point. When in India, I believe, you stopped for some time as a guest in the house of a native Maharaja. Is that matter relevant?
The judge asked sharply.
My lord, the Q.C. said in his blandest voice, I am striving to suggest to the jury that this lady, the only person who ever beheld this so-called will till Mr. Harold Tillington described in its terms as younger of Gledcliffe, whatever that may be, produced it out of his uncle's desk. I am striving to suggest that this lady is, my duty to my client compels me to say, an adventuress.
He had uttered the word. I felt my character had not a leg left to stand upon before a British jury. I went there with my friend, Miss Petheridge, I began.
Oh, Miss Petheridge once more. You hunt in couples?
Accompanied and chaperoned by a married lady, the wife of a Major Balmossie on the Bombay Staff Corps.
That was certainly prudent. One ought to be chaperoned. Can you produce the lady?
How is it possible? I cried. Mrs. Balmossie is in India.
Yes, but the Maharaja, I understand, is in London.
That is true, I answered.
And he came to meet you on your arrival yesterday.
With Lady Georgina Fawley, I cried, taken off my guard.
Do you not consider it curious, he asked, that these Higginsons and these Maharajas should happen to follow you so closely round the world, should happen to turn up wherever you do?
He came to be present at this trial, I exclaimed.
And so did you. I believe he met you at Euston last night and drove you to your hotel in his private carriage.
With Lady Georgina Fawley, I answered once more.
And Lady Georgina is on Mr. Tillington's side, I fancy. Yes, I thought so. And Mr. Tillington also called to see you, and likewise Miss Petherick. I beg your pardon, Petheridge. We must be strictly accurate where Miss Petheridge is concerned. And, in fact, you had quite a little family party.
My friends were glad to see me again, I murmured. He sprang a fresh innuendo.
But Mr. Tillington did not resent your visit to this gallant Maharaja?
Certainly not, I cried, bridling. Why should he?
Oh, we're getting to that too. Now, answer me this carefully. We want to find out what interest you might have, supposing a will were forged on either side, in arranging its terms. We want to find out just who would benefit by it. Please reply to this question, yes or no, without prevarication. Are you or are you not conditionally engaged to Mr. Harold Tillington?
If I might explain, I began, quivering.
He sneered. You have a genius for explaining, we are aware. Answer me first, yes or no. We will qualify afterward.
I glanced appealingly at the judge. He was adamant.
Answer as counsel directs you, witness, he said sternly.
Yes, I am, I faltered, but—
Excuse me 1 moment. You promised to marry him conditionally, upon the result of Mr. Ashurst's testamentary dispositions.
I did, I answered, but— My explanation was drowned in roars of laughter, in which the judge joined, in spite of himself. When the mirth in court had subsided a little, I went on. I told Mr. Tillington I would only marry him in case he was poor and without expectations. If he inherited Mr. Marmaduke Ashurst's money, I could never be his wife. I said it proudly. The cross-eyed Q.C. drew himself up and let his rotundity take care of itself.
"Do you take me," he inquired, "for one of Her Majesty's Horse Marines?"
There was another roar of laughter, feebly suppressed by a judicial frown, and I slank away annihilated.
"You can go," my persecutor said. "I think we have got, well, everything we wanted from you. You promised to marry him if all went ill. That is a delicate, feminine way of putting it. Women like these equivocations. They relieve one from the onus of speaking frankly."
I stood down from the box, feeling for the first time in my life conscious of having scored an ignominious failure. Our counsel did not care to re-examine me. I had recognised that it would be useless. The hateful Q.C. had put all my history in such an odious light that explanation could only make matters worse. It must savour of apology. The jury could never understand my point of view. It could never be made to see that there are adventuresses and adventuresses. Then came the final speeches on either side. Harold's advocates said the best he could in favour of the will our party propounded, but his best was bad. And what galled me most was this: I could see he himself did not believe in its genuineness. His speech amounted to little more than a perfunctory attempt to put the most favourable face on a probable forgery. As for the cross-eyed Q.C., he rose to reply with humorous confidence. Swaying his big body to and fro, he crumpled our will and our case in his fat fingers like so much flimsy tissue paper. Mr. Ashurst had made a disposition of his property 20 years ago, the right disposition, the natural disposition. He had left the bulk of it as childless English gentlemen have ever been wont to leave their wealth, to the eldest son of his family. The Honourable Marmaduke Courtenay Ashurst, the testator, was the scion of a great house, which recent agricultural changes, he regretted to say, had relatively impoverished. He had come to the succour of that great house, as such a scion should, with his property acquired by honest industry elsewhere. It was fitting and reasonable that Mr. Ashurst should wish to see the Kynaston peerage regain, in the person of the amiable and accomplished young nobleman whom he had the honour to represent, some portion of its ancient dignity and splendour. But jealousy and greed intervened. Here he frowned at Harold. Mr. Harold Tillington, the son of one of Mr. Ashurst's married sisters, cast longing eyes, as he had tried to suggest to them, on his cousin Lord Southminster's natural heritage. The result, he feared, was an unnatural intrigue. Mr. Harold Tillington formed the acquaintance of a young lady. Should we say young lady? He withered me with his glance. Well, yes, a lady. Indeed, by birth and education, but an adventuress by choice. A lady who, brought up in a respectable, though not, he must admit, a distinguished sphere, had lowered herself by accepting the position of a lady's maid, and had trafficked in patent American cycles on the public highroads of Germany and Switzerland. This clever and designing woman, he would grant her ability, he would grant her good looks, had fascinated Mr. Tillington. That was the theory he ventured to lay before the jury to-day, and the jury would see for themselves that whatever else the young lady might be, she had distinctly a certain outer gift of fascination. It was for them to decide whether Miss Lois Cayley had or had not suggested to Mr. Harold Tillington the design of substituting a forged will for Mr. Marmaduke Ashurst's undeniable testament. He would point out to them her singular connection with the missing man Higginson, whom the young lady herself described as a rogue, and from whom she had done her very best to dissociate herself in this court, but ineffectually. Wherever Miss Cayley went, the man Higginson went independently. Such frequent recurrences, such apt juxtapositions, could hardly be set down to mere accidental coincidence. He went on to insinuate that Higginson and I had concocted the disputed will between us, that we had passed it on to our fellow conspirator Harold, and that Harold had forged his uncle's signature to it, and had appended those of the two supposed witnesses. But who now were these witnesses? One, Franz Markheim, was dead or missing. Dead men tell no tales. The other was obviously suggested by Higginson. It was his own sister. Perhaps he forged her name to the document. Doubtless he thought that family feeling would induce her, when it came to the pinch, to accept and endorse her brother's lie. Nay, he might even have been foolish enough to suppose that this cock and bull would not be disputed. If so, he and his master had reckoned without Lord Southminster, a gentleman who concealed beneath the careless exterior of a man of fashion the solid intelligence of a man of affairs, and the hard head of a man not to be lightly cheated in matters of business. The alleged will had thus not a leg to stand upon. It was typewritten, save the mark, from dictation, at Florence, by whom? By the lady who had most to gain from its success, the lady who was to be transformed from a shady adventuress, tossed about between Irish doctors and Hindu Maharajas, into the lawful wife of a wealthy diplomatist of noble family, on one condition only, if this pretended will could be satisfactorily established. The signatures were forgeries, as shown by the expert evidence, and also by the oath of the one surviving witness. The will left all the estate, practically, to Mr. Harold Tillington, and £500 to whom? Why, to the accomplice Higginson. The minor bequests the Q.C. regarded as ingenious inventions, pure play of fancy, intended to give artistic verisimilitude, as Pooh Bah says in the opera, to an otherwise bald and unconvincing narrative. The fads, it was true, were known fads of Mr. Ashurst's, but what of fads? Bimetallism? Anglo-Israel? No, braces and shoehorns, clearly the kind that would be best known to a courier like Higginson, the sole begetter, he believed, of this nefarious conspiracy. The cross-eyed Q.C., lifting his fat right hand in solemn adjuration, called upon the jury confidently to set aside this ridiculous fabrication, and declare for a will of undoubted genuineness, a will drawn up in London by a firm of eminent solicitors, and preserved ever since by the testator's bankers. It would then be for his lordship to decide whether in the public interest he should recommend the Crown to prosecute on a charge of forgery the clumsy fabricator of this preposterous document. The judge summed up strongly in favour of Lord Southminster's will. If the jury believed the experts and Miss Higginson, one verdict alone was possible. The jury retired for 3 minutes only. It was a foregone conclusion. They found for Lord Southminster. The judge, looking grave, concurred in their finding, a most proper verdict, and he considered it would be the duty of the public prosecutor to pursue Mr. Harold Tillington on the charge of forgery. I reeled where I sat. Then I looked round for Harold. He had slipped from the court unseen during counsel's address some minutes earlier. That distressed me more than anything else on that dreadful day. I wished he had stood up in his place like a man to face this vile and cruel conspiracy. I walked out slowly, supported by Lady Georgina, who was as white as a ghost herself, but very straight and scornful. "I always knew Southminster was a fool," she said aloud. "I always knew he was a sneak, but I did not know till now he was also a particularly bad type of criminal." On the steps of the court the pea-green young man met us. His air was jaunty. "Well, I was right, you see," he said, smiling and withdrawing his cigarette. "You backed the wrong fella. I told you I'd win. I won't say more now. This is not the time or place to recur to that subject, but by and by you'll come round. You'll think better of it still. You'll back the winner." I wished I were a man, that I might have the pleasure of kicking him. We drove back to my hotel, and waited for Harold. To my horror and alarm he never came near us. I might almost have doubted him, if he had not been Harold. I waited and waited. He did not come at all. He sent no word, no message, and all that evening we heard the newsboys shouting at the top of their voice in the street, "Extra special! The Ashurst will case! Sensational developments! Mysterious disappearance of Mr. Harold Tillington!" End of chapter 10. Read by Goldfish. Chapter 11 of Miss Cayleys' Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Goldfish. Miss Cayleys' Adventures by Grant Allen. Chapter 11. The Adventure of the Oriental Attendant. I did not sleep that night. Next morning I rose very early from a restless bed, with a dry, hot mouth and a general feeling that the solid earth had failed beneath me. Still no news from Harold. It was cruel, I thought. My faith almost flagged. He was a man and should be brave. How could he run away and hide himself at such a time? Even if I set my own anxiety aside, just think to what serious misapprehension it laid him open. I sent out for the morning papers. They were full of Harold. Rumours, rumours, rumours. Mr. Tillington had deliberately chosen to put himself in the wrong by disappearing mysteriously at the last moment. He had only himself to blame if the worst interpretation were put upon his action. But the police were on his track. Scotland Yard had a clue. It was confidently expected an arrest would be made before evening at latest. As to details, authorities differed. The officials of the Great Western Railway at Paddington were convinced that Mr. Tillington had started, alone and undisguised, by the night express for Exeter. The South Eastern inspectors, on the other hand, were equally certain that he had slipped away with a false beard, in company with his accomplice Higginson, by the 8:15 p.m. to Paris. Everybody took it for granted, however, that he had left London. Conjecture played with various ultimate destinations: Spain, Morocco, Sicily, the Argentine. In Italy, said the Chronicle, he might lurk for a while. He spoke Italian fluently, and could manage to put up at tiny osterie in out-of-the-way places seldom visited by Englishmen. He might try Albania, said the Morning Post, airing its exclusive society information. He had often hunted there, and might in turn be hunted. He would probably attempt to slink away to some remote spot in the Carpathians or the Balkans, said the Daily News, quite proud of its geography. Still, wherever he went, leaden-footed justice in this age, said the Times, must surely overtake him. The day of universal extradition had dawned. We had no more Alsatias. Even the Argentine itself gives up its rogues at last. Not an asylum for crime remains in Europe, not a refuge in Asia, Africa, America, Australia, or the Pacific Islands. I noted with a shudder of horror that all the papers alike took his guilt as certain. In spite of a few decent pretences at not prejudging an untried cause, they treated him already as a detected criminal, the fugitive from justice. I sat in my little sitting-room at the hotel in Jermyn Street, a limp rag, looking idly out of the window with anxious eyes and waiting for Lady Georgina. It was early, too early, but oh, why didn't she come? Unless somebody soon sympathized with me, my heart would break under this load of loneliness. Presently, as I looked out on the sloppy morning street, I was vaguely aware, through the mist that floated before my dry eyes, for tears were denied me, of a very grand carriage driving up to the doorway, the porch with the 4 wooden Ionic pillars. I took no heed of it. I was too heartsick for observation. My life was wrecked, and Harold's with it. Yet dimly through the mist I became conscious after a while that the carriage was that of an Indian prince. I could see the black faces, the white turbans, the gold brocades of the attendants in the dickey. Then it came home to me with a pang that this was the Maharajah. It was kindly meant, Yet after all that had been insinuated in court the day before, I was by no means over-pleased that his dusky highness should come to call upon me. Walls have eyes and ears. Reporters were hanging about all over London, eager to distinguish themselves by successful eavesdropping. They would note, with brisk innuendos after their kind, how the Maharajah of Muzaffarnagar called early in the day on Miss Lois Cayley, with whom he remained for at least half an hour in close consultation. I had half a mind to send down a message that I could not see him. My face still burned with the undeserved shame of the cross-eyed Q.C.'s unspeakable suggestions. Before I could make my mind up, however, I saw to my surprise that the Maharajah did not propose to come in himself. He leaned back in his place, with his lordly Eastern air, and waited, looking down on the gapers in the street, while one of the 2 gorgeous attendants in the dickey descended obsequiously to receive his orders. The man was dressed, as usual, in rich oriental stuffs, and wore his full white turban swathed in folds round his head. I could not see his features. He bent forward respectfully with suppleness to take his Highness's orders. Then, receiving a card and bowing low, he entered the porch with the wooden Ionic pillars and disappeared within, while the Maharajah folded his hands and seemed to resign himself to a temporary nirvana. A minute later a knock sounded on my door. "Come in," I said faintly, and the messenger entered. I turned and faced him. The blood rushed to my cheek. "Harold!" I cried, darting forward. My joy overcame me. He folded me in his arms. I allowed him, unreproved. For the first time he kissed me. I did not shrink from it. Then I stood away a little and gazed at him. Even at that crucial moment of doubt and fear, I could not help noticing how admirably he made up as a handsome young Rajput. 3 years earlier, at Schlangenbad, I remembered he had struck me as strangely oriental-looking. He had the features of a high-born Indian gentleman without the complexion. His large poetical eyes, his regular oval face, his even teeth, his mouth and moustache, all vaguely recalled the highest type of the Eastern temperament. Now he had blackened his face and hands with some permanent stain, Indian ink I learned later, and the resemblance to a Rajput chief was positively startling. In his gold brocade and ample white turban no passer-by, I felt sure, would ever have dreamt of doubting him. "Then you knew me at once?" he said, holding my face between his hands. "That's bad, darling. I flattered myself I had transformed my face into the complete Indian." "Love has sharp eyes," I answered. "It can see through brick walls. But the disguise is perfect. No one else would detect you." "Love is blind, I thought." "Not where it ought to see. There it pierces everything. I knew you instantly, Harold. But all London, I am sure, would pass you by unknown. You are absolute Orient." "That's well, for all London is looking for me," he answered bitterly. "The streets bristle with detectives. Southminster's knaveries have won the day. So I have tried this disguise. Otherwise I should have been arrested the moment the jury brought in their verdict." "And why were you not?" I asked, drawing back. "Oh, Harold, I trust you. But why did you disappear and make all the world believe you admitted yourself guilty?" He opened his arms. "Can't you guess?" he cried, holding them out to me. I nestled in them once more, but I answered through my tears. I had found tears now. "No, Harold, it baffles me." "You remember what you promised me," he murmured, leaning over and clasping me. "If ever I were poor, friendless, hunted, you would marry me. Now the opportunity has come when we can both prove ourselves. To-day, except you and dear Georgie, I haven't a friend in the world. Everyone else has turned against me. Southminster holds the field. I am a suspected forger. In a very few days I shall doubtless be a convicted felon. Unjustly, as you know, yet still, we must face it, a convicted felon. So I have come to claim you. I have come to ask you now, in this moment of despair, will you keep your promise?" I lifted my face to his. He bent over it, trembling. I whispered the words in his ear. "Yes, Harold, I will keep it. I have always loved you, and now I will marry you." "I knew you would!" he cried, and pressed me to his bosom. We sat for some minutes, holding each other's hands, and saying nothing. We were too full of thought for words. Then, suddenly, Harold roused himself. "We must make haste, darling," he cried. "We are keeping Partab outside, and every minute is precious. Every minute's delay dangerous. We ought to go down at once. Partab's carriage is waiting at the door for us." "Go down!" I exclaimed, clinging to him. "How? Why? I don't understand. What is your programme?" "Ah, I forgot I hadn't explained to you. Listen here, dearest, quick. I can waste no words over it. I said just now I had no friends in the world but you and Georgie. That's not true, for dear old Partab has stuck to me nobly. When all my English friends fell away, the Rajput was true to me. He arranged all this. It was his own idea. He foresaw what was coming. He urged me yesterday, just before the verdict, when he saw my acquaintances beginning to look askance, to slip quietly out of court and make my way by unobtrusive roads to his house in Curzon Street. There he darkened my face like his, and converted me to Hinduism. I don't suppose the disguise will serve me for more than a day or two, but it will last long enough for us to get safely away to Scotland." "Scotland," I murmured. "Then you mean to try a Scotch marriage?" "It is the only thing possible. We must be married to-day, and in England, of course, we cannot do it. We would have to be called in church, or else to procure a licence, either of which would involve disclosure of my identity. Besides, even the licence would keep us waiting about for a day or two. In Scotland, on the other hand, we can be married at once. Partab's carriage is below, to take you to King's Cross. He is staunch as steel, dear fellow. Do you consent to go with me?" My faculty for promptly making up such mind as I possess stood me once more in good stead. "Implicitly," I answered. "Dear Harold, this calamity has its happy side, for without it, much as I love you, I could never have brought myself to marry you."
"One moment," he cried. "Before you go, recollect this step is irrevocable. You will marry a man who may be torn from you this evening, and from whom 14 years of prison may separate you."
"I know it," I cried through my tears. "But I shall be showing my confidence in you, my love for you." He kissed me once more fervently.
"This makes amends for all," he cried. "Lois, to have won such a woman as you, I would go through it all 1,000 times over. It was for this, and this alone, that I hid myself last night. I wanted to give you the chance of showing me how much, how truly you love me."
"And after we are married?" I asked, trembling.
"I shall give myself up at once to the police in Edinburgh."
I clung to him wistfully. My heart half led me to urge him to escape, but I knew that was wrong. "Give yourself up, then," I said, sobbing. "It is a brave man's place. You must stand your trial, and come what will, I will strive to bear it with you."
"I knew you would," he cried. "I was not mistaken in you."
We embraced again, just once. It was little enough after those years of waiting.
"Now come," he cried. "Let us go."
I drew back. "Not with you, dearest," I whispered. "Not in the Maharajah's carriage. You must start by yourself. I will follow you at once, to King's Cross, in a hansom." He saw I was right. It would avoid suspicion, and it would prevent more scandal. He withdrew without a word. "We meet," I said, "at 10 at King's Cross Station." I did not even wait to wash the tears from my eyes. All red as they were, I put on my hat and my little brown travelling jacket. I don't think I so much as glanced once at the glass. The seconds were precious. I saw the Maharajah drive away, with Harold in the dicky, arms crossed, imperturbable, orientally silent. He looked the very counterpart of the Rajput by his side. Then I descended the stairs and walked out boldly. As I passed through the hall, the servants and the visitors stared at me and whispered. They spoke with nods and liftings of the eyebrows. I was aware that that morning I had achieved notoriety. At Piccadilly Circus I jumped of a sudden into a passing hansom. "King's Cross!" I cried as I mounted the step. "Drive quick! I have no time to spare." And as the man drove off, I saw by a convulsive dart of someone across the road that I had given the slip to a disappointed reporter. At the station I took a first-class ticket for Edinburgh. On the platform the Maharajah and his attendants were waiting. He lifted his hat to me, though otherwise he took no overt notice. but I saw his keen eyes follow me down the train. Harold, in his oriental dress, pretended not to observe me. One or two porters and a few curious travellers cast inquiring eyes on the Eastern Prince, and made remarks about him to one another. "That's the chap as was up yesterday in the Ashurst will case," said one lounger to his neighbour. But nobody seemed to look at Harold. His subordinate position secured him from curiosity. The Maharajah had always 2 Eastern servants gorgeously dressed in attendance. He had been a well-known figure in London society, and at the Lords and the Oval for 2 or 3 seasons. "Bloomin' fine cricketer," one porter observed to his mate as he passed. "Yes, not so dusty for a nigger," the other man replied. "First-rate bowler, but Lord, he can't hold a candle to good old Ranji." As for myself, nobody seemed to recognise me. I set this down to the fortunate circumstance that the evening papers had published rough woodcuts which professed to be my portrait, and which naturally led the public to look out for a brazen-faced, raw-boned, hard-featured termagant. I took my seat in a ladies' compartment by myself. As the train was about to start, Harold strolled up as if casually for a moment. "You think it better so?" he queried, without moving his lips or seeming to look at me. "Decidedly," I answered. "Go back to Partab. Don't come near me again till we get to Edinburgh. It is dangerous still. The police may at any moment hear we have started, and stop us half-way, and now that we have once committed ourselves to this plan, it would be fatal to be interrupted before we have got married." "You are right," he cried. "Lois, you are always right somehow." I wished I could think so myself, but it was with serious misgivings that I felt the train roll out of the station. Oh, that long journey north, alone, in a ladies' compartment, with the feeling that Harold was so near yet so unapproachable. It was an endless agony. He had the Maharajah, who loved and admired him, to keep him from brooding, but I, left alone and confined with my own fears, conjured up before my eyes every possible misfortune that heaven could send us. I saw clearly now that if we failed in our purpose this journey would be taken by everyone for a flight, and would deepen the suspicion under which we both laboured. It would make me still more obviously a conspirator with Harold. Whatever happened, we must strain every nerve to reach Scotland in safety, and then to get married, in order that Harold might immediately surrender himself. At York, I noticed with a thrill of terror that a man in plain clothes, with the obtrusively unobtrusive air of a detective, looked carefully, though casually, into every carriage. I felt sure he was a spy, because of his marked outer jauntiness of demeanour, which hardly masked an underlying hang-dog expression of scrutiny. When he reached my place, he took a long, careless stare at me, a seemingly careless stare, which was yet brimful of the keenest observation. Then he paced slowly along the line of carriages, with a glance at each, till he arrived just opposite the Maharajah's compartment. There he stared hard once more. The Maharajah descended, so did Harold and the Hindu attendant, who was dressed just like him. The man I took for a detective indulged in a frank, long gaze at the unconscious Indian prince, but cast only a hasty eye on the 2 apparent followers. That touch of revelation relieved my mind a little. I felt convinced the police were watching the Maharajah and myself as suspicious persons connected with the case, but they had not yet guessed that Harold had disguised himself as one of the 2 invariable Rajput servants. We steamed on northward. At Newcastle, the same detective strolled with his hands in his pockets along the train once more, and puffed a cigar with the nonchalant air of a sporting gentleman. But I was certain now, from the studious unconcern he was anxious to exhibit, that he must be a spy upon us. He overdid his mood of careless observation. It was too obvious an assumption. Precisely the same thing happened again when we pulled up at Berwick. I knew now that we were watched. It would be impossible for us to get married at Edinburgh if we were thus closely pursued. There was but one chance open. We must leave the train abruptly at the first Scotch stopping station. The detective knew we were booked through for Edinburgh. So much I could tell, because I saw him make inquiries of the ticket examiner at York and again at Berwick, and because the ticket examiner thereupon entered a mental note of the fact as he punched my ticket each time. "Oh, Edinburgh, miss. All right." And then stared at me suspiciously. I could tell he had heard of the Ashurst will case. He also lingered long about the Maharaja's compartment, and then went back to confer with the detective. Thus putting two and two together, as a woman will, I came to the conclusion that the spy did not expect us to leave the train before we reached Edinburgh. That told in our favour. Most men trust much to such vague expectations. They form a theory and then neglect the adverse chances. You can only get the better of a skilled detective by taking him thus, psychologically and humanly. By this time, I confess, I felt almost like a criminal. Never in my life had danger loomed so near, not even when we returned with the Arabs from the oasis. For then we feared for our lives alone, now we feared for our honour. I drew a card from my case before we left Berwick station and scribbled a few hasty words on it in German. "We are watched. A detective. If we run through to Edinburgh we shall doubtless be arrested, or at least impeded. This train will stop at Dunbar for 1 minute. Just before it leaves again, get out as quietly as you can at the last moment. I will also get out and join you. Let Partab go on. It will excite less attention. The scheme I suggest is the only safe plan. If you agree, as soon as we have well started from Berwick, shake your handkerchief unobtrusively out of your carriage window." I beckoned to Porter noiselessly, without one word. The detective was now strolling along the fore part of the train, with his back turned towards me, peering as he went into all the windows. I gave the porter a shilling. "Take this to a black gentleman in the next carriage but one," I said in a confidential whisper. The porter touched his hat, nodded, smiled, and took it. Would Harold see the necessity for acting on my advice? I wondered. I gazed out along the train as soon as we had got well clear of Berwick. A minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed, and still no handkerchief. I began to despair. He was debating, no doubt. If he refused, all was lost, and we were disgraced for ever. At last, after long waiting, as I stared still along the whizzing line, with the smoke in my eyes and the dust half blinding me, I saw, to my intense relief, a handkerchief flutter. It fluttered once, not markedly, then a black hand withdrew it, only just in time, for even as it disappeared the detective's head thrust itself out of a further window. He was not looking for anything in particular, as far as I could tell, just observing the signals, but it gave me a strange thrill to think even now we were so nearly defeated. My next trouble was, would the train draw up at Dunbar? The 10 a.m. from King's Cross is not set down to stop there in Bradshaw, for no passengers are booked to or from the station by the day express. But I remembered from of old, when I lived at Edinburgh, that it used always to wait about a minute for some engine-driver's purpose. This doubt filled me with fresh fear. Did it draw up there still? They have accelerated the service so much of late years, and abolished so many old accustomed stoppages. I counted the familiar stations with my breath held back. They seemed so much further apart than usual. Reston, Grant's House, Coburn's Path, Innerwick. The next was Dunbar. If we rolled past that, then all was lost. We could never get married. I trembled and hugged myself. The engine screamed. Did that mean she was running through? Oh, how I wished I had learned the interpretation of the signals! Then gradually, gently, we began to slow. Were we slowing to pass the station only? No. With a jolt she drew up. My heart gave a bound as I read the word Dunbar on the station notice board. I rose and waited with my fingers on the door. Happily, it had one of those new-fashioned slip latches which open from the inside. No need to betray myself prematurely to the detective by a hand displayed on the outer handle. I glanced out at him cautiously. His head was thrust through his window, and his sloping shoulders revealed the spy. But he was looking the other way, observing the signals doubtless to discover why we stopped at a place not mentioned in Bradshaw. Harold's face just showed from another window close by. Too soon or too late might either of them be fatal. He glanced inquiry at me. I nodded back. Now. The train gave its first jerk, a faint backward jerk indicative of the nascent intention of starting. As it braced itself to go on, I jumped out. So did Harold. We faced one another on the platform without a word. "Stand away there!" the station-master cried in an angry voice. The guard waved his green flag. The detective, still absorbed on the signals, never once looked back. 1 second later we were safe at Dunbar, and he was speeding away by the express for Edinburgh. It gave us breathing space of about an hour. For half a minute I could not speak. My heart was in my mouth. I hardly even dared to look at Harold. Then the station-master stalked up to us with a threatening manner. "You can't get out here," he said crustily, in a gruff Scotch voice. "This train is not timed to set down before Edinburgh." "But we have got out," I answered, taking it upon me to speak for my fellow culprit, the Hindoo, as he was to all seeming. "The logic of facts is with us. We were booked through to Edinburgh, but we wanted to stop at Dunbar, and as the train happened to pull up, we thought we needn't waste time by going on all that way and then coming back again." "Ye should have changed at Berwick," the station-master said, still gruffly, "and come on by the slow train." I could see his careful Scotch soul was vexed, incidentally, at our extravagance in paying the extra fare to Edinburgh and back again. In spite of agitation, I managed to summon up one of my sweetest smiles, a smile that ere now had melted the hearts of rickshaw coolies and a French douanier. He thawed before it visibly. "Time was important to us," I said. Oh, he guessed not how important. "And besides, you know, it is so good for the company." "That's so," he answered, mollified. He could not tilt against the interests of the North British shareholders. "But how about your luggage? It'll have gone on to Edinburgh, I'm thinking." "We have no luggage," I answered boldly. He stared at us both, puckered his brow a moment, and then burst out laughing. "Oh, aye, I see," he answered with a comic air of amusement. "Well, well, it's none of my business, no doubt, and I will not interfere with you, the way a lady like you—" He glanced curiously at Harold. I saw he had guessed right, and thought it best to throw myself unreservedly on his mercy. Time was indeed important. I glanced at the station clock. It was not very far from the stroke of 6, and we must manage to get married before the detective could miss us at Edinburgh, where he was due at 6:30. So I smiled once more that heart-softening smile. "We have each our own fancies," I said, blushing. And indeed, such is the pride of race among women, I felt myself blush at the bare idea that I was marrying a black man, in spite of our good Maharajah's kindness. "He is a gentleman, and a man of education and culture." I thought that recommendation ought to tell with a Scotchman. "We are in sore straits now, but our case is a just one. Can you tell me who in this place is most likely to sympathise, most likely to marry us?" He looked at me and surrendered discretion. "I should think anybody would marry you who saw your pretty face and heard your sweet voice," he answered. "But perhaps you'd best present yourself to Mr. Schoolcraft, the U.P. minister at Little Kirkton. He was aye soft-hearted." "How far from here?" I asked. "About 2 miles," he answered. "Can we get a trap?" "Oh, aye. There's machines always waiting at the station." We interviewed a "machine" and drove out to Little Kirkton. There we told our tale in the fewest words possible to the obliging and good-natured U.P. minister. He looked, as the station-master had said, soft-hearted, but he dashed our hopes to the ground at once by telling us candidly that unless we had had our residence in Scotland for 21 days preceding the marriage, it would not be legal. "If you were Scotch," he added, "I could go through the ceremony at once, of course, and then you could apply to the sheriff tonight for leave to register the marriage in proper form afterward. But as one of you is English, and the other, I judge," he smiled and glanced towards Harold, "an Indian-born subject of Her Majesty, it would be impossible for me to do it. The ceremony would be invalid under the Lord Brougham's Act, without previous residence." This was a terrible blow. I looked away appealingly. "Harold," I cried in despair, "do you think we could manage to hide ourselves safely anywhere in Scotland for 21 days?" His face fell. "How could I escape notice? All the world is hunting for me, and then the scandal. No matter where you stopped, however far from me. No, Lois, darling, I could never expose you to it." The minister glanced from one to the other of us, puzzled. "Harold," he said, turning over the word on his tongue. "Harold, that doesn't sound like an Indian name, does it? And," he hesitated, "you speak wonderful English." I saw the safest plan was to make a clean breast of it. He looked the sort of man one could trust on an emergency. "You have heard of the Ashurst will case?" I said, blurting it out suddenly.
I have seen something about it in the newspapers, yes, but it did not interest me. I have not followed it.
I told him the whole truth, the case against us, the facts as we knew them. Then I added slowly, "This is Mr. Harold Tillington, whom they accuse of forgery. Does he look like a forger? I want to marry him before he is tried. It is the only way by which I can prove my implicit trust in him. As soon as we are married he will give himself up at once to the police, if you wish it before your eyes. But married we must be. Can't you manage it somehow?" My pleading voice touched him.
Harold Tillington, he murmured. I know of his forebears. Lady Guinevere Tillington's son, is it not? Then you must be Younger of Gledcliffe. For Scotland is a village. Every one in it seems to have heard of every other. What does he mean? I asked. Younger of Gledcliffe. I remembered now that the phrase had occurred in Mr. Ashurst's will, though I never understood it. A Scotch fashion, Harold answered. The heir to a laird is called Younger of so-and-so. My father has a small estate of that name in Dumfriesshire, a very small estate. I was born and brought up there. Then you are a Scotchman? The minister asked. Yes, Harold answered frankly. By remote descent. We are trebly of the female line at Gledcliffe. Still, I am no doubt more or less Scotch by domicile. Younger of Gledcliffe? Oh, yes, that ought certainly to be quite sufficient for our purpose. Do you live there? I have been living there lately. I always live there when I'm in Britain. It is my only home. I belong to the diplomatic service. But then the lady? She is unmitigatedly English, Harold admitted in a gloomy voice.
Not quite, I answered. I lived 4 years in Edinburgh, and I spent my holidays there while I was at Girton. I keep my boxes still at my old rooms in Maitland Street.
Oh, that will do,
the minister answered, quite relieved, for it was clear that our anxiety and the touch of romance in our tale had enlisted him in our favour.
Indeed, now I come to think of it, it suffices for the act if only one of the parties is domiciled in Scotland, and as Mr. Tillington lives habitually at Gledcliffe, that settles the question. Still, I can do nothing save marry you now by religious service in the presence of my servants, which constitutes what we call an ecclesiastical marriage. It becomes legal if afterwards registered, and then you must apply to the sheriff for a warrant to register it. But I will do what I can. Later on, if you like, you can be remarried by the rites of your own church in England. Are you quite sure our Scotch domicile is good enough in law? Harold asked, still doubtful. I can look it up if you wish. I have a legal handbook. Before Lord Brougham's Act, no formalities were necessary, but the Act was passed to prevent Gretna Green marriages. The usual phrase is that such a marriage does not hold good unless one or other of the parties either has had his or her usual residence in Scotland, or else has lived there for 21 days immediately preceding the date of the marriage. If you like, I will wait to consult the authorities.
No, thank you, I cried. There is no time to lose. Marry us first, and look it up afterwards. One or other will do, it seems. Mr. Tillington is Scotch enough. I am sure he has no address in Britain but Gledcliffe. We will rest our claim upon that. Even if the marriage turns out invalid, we only remain where we were. This is a preliminary ceremony to prove good faith and to bind us to one another. We can satisfy the law, if need be, when we return to England. The minister called in his wife and servants and explained to them briefly. He exhorted us and prayed. We gave our solemn consent in legal form before 2 witnesses. Then he pronounced us duly married. In a quarter of an hour more, we had made declaration to that effect before the sheriff, the witnesses accompanying us, and were formally affirmed to be man and wife before the law of Great Britain. I asked if it would hold in England as well. You couldn't be firmer married, the sheriff said with decision, by the Archbishop of Canterbury in Westminster Abbey. Harold turned to the minister. Will you send for the police? He said calmly.
I wish to inform them that I am the man for whom they are looking in the Ashurst will case." Our own cabman went to fetch them. It was a terrible moment, but Harold sat in the sheriff's study and waited, as if nothing unusual were happening. He talked freely but quietly. Never in my life had I felt so proud of him. At last the police came, much inflated with the dignity of so great a capture, and took down our statement. "Do you give yourself in charge of a confession of forgery?" the superintendent asked as Harold ended. "Certainly not," Harold answered. "I have not committed forgery, but I do not wish to skulk or hide myself. I understand a warrant is out against me in London. I have come to Scotland hurriedly for the sake of getting married, not to escape apprehension. I am here openly under my own name. I tell you the facts. 'Tis for you to decide. If you choose, you can arrest me." The superintendent conferred for some time in another room with the sheriff. Then he returned to the study. "Very well, sir," he said in a respectful tone. "I arrest you." So that was the beginning of our married life. More than ever I felt sure I could trust in Harold. The police decided, after hearing by telegram from London that we must go up at once by the night express, which they stopped for the purpose. They were forced to divide us. I took the sleeping car. Harold travelled with 2 constables in an ordinary carriage. Strange to say, notwithstanding all this, so great was our relief from the tension of our flight that we both slept soundly. Next morning we arrived in London, Harold guarded. The police had arranged that the case should come up at Bow Street that afternoon. It was not an ideal honeymoon, and yet I was somehow happy. At King's Cross they took him away from me. Still, I hardly cried. All the way up in the train, whenever I was awake, an idea had been haunting me, a possible clue to this trickery of Lord Southminster's. Petty details cropped up and fell into their places. I began to unravel it all now. I had an inkling of a plan to set Harold right again. The will we had proved, but I must not anticipate. When we parted, Harold kissed me on the forehead and murmured rather sadly, "Now, I suppose it's all up. Lois, I must go. These rogues have been too much for us." "Not a bit of it," I answered, new hope growing stronger and stronger within me. "I see a way out. I have found a clue. I believe, dear Harold, the right will still be vindicated." And red-eyes as I was, I jumped into a hansom and called to the cabman to drive at once to Lady Georgina's. End of chapter 11. Read by Goldfish. Chapter 12 of Miss Cayleys' Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Goldfish. Miss Cayleys' Adventures by Grant Allen. Chapter 12. The Adventure of the Unprofessional Detective. "Is Lady Georgina home?" The discreet manservant in sober black clothes eyed me suspiciously. "No, miss," he answered. "That is to say, no, ma'am. Her ladyship is still at Mr. Marmaduke Ashurst's, the late Mr. Marmaduke Ashurst, I mean, in Park Lane North. You know the number, ma'am?" "Yes, I know it," I replied with a gasp, for this was indeed a triumph. My one fear had been lest Lord Southminster should already have taken possession. Why, you will see hereafter, and it relieved me to learn that Lady Georgina was still at hand to guard my husband's interests. She had been living at the house, practically, since her brother's death. I drove round with all speed and flung myself into my dear old lady's arms. "Kiss me," I cried, flushed. "I am your niece." But she knew it already, for our movements had been fully reported by this time, with picturesque additions, in the morning papers. Imagination, ill-developed in the English race, seems to concentrate itself in the lower order of journalists. She kissed me on both cheeks with unwonted tenderness. "Lois," she cried, with tears in her eyes, "you're a brick." It was not exactly poetical at such a moment, but from her it meant much more than gushing phraseology. "And you're here, in possession," I murmured. The cantankerous old lady nodded. She was in her element, I must admit. She dearly loved a row, above all a family row, but to be in the thick of a family row, and to feel herself in the right, with the law against her, that was a joy such as Lady Georgina had seldom before experienced. "Yes, dear," she burst out volubly, "I'm in possession, thank heaven. And what's more, they won't oust me without a legal process. I've been here off and on, you know, ever since poor dear Marmee died, looking after things for Harold, and I shall look after them still, till Bertie Southminster succeeds in ejecting me, which won't be easy. Oh, I've held the fort by main force, I can tell you, held it like a Trojan. Bertie's in a precious hurry to move in, I can see, but I won't allow him. He's been down here this morning, fatuously blustering, and trying to carry the post by storm with a couple of policemen." "Policemen?" I cried. "To turn you out?" "Yes, my dear, policemen. But, the Lord be praised, I was too much for him. There are legal formalities to fulfil yet, and I won't budge an inch, Lois, not 1 inch, my dear, till he's fulfilled every one of them. Mark my words, child, that boy's up to some devilry." "He is," I answered. "Yes, he wouldn't be in such a rampaging hurry to get in, being as lazy as he's empty-headed, takes after Gwendolen and that, if he hadn't some excellent reason for wishing to take possession. And depend upon it, the reason is that he wants to get hold of something or other that's Harold's. But he shan't if I can help it, and, thank my stars, I'm a dour woman to reckon with. If he comes over my old bones, child. I've been overhauling everything of Marmy's, I can tell you, to checkmate the boy if I can, but I've found nothing yet. Until I've satisfied myself on that point, I'll hold the fort still. If I have to barricade that pasty-faced scoundrel of a nephew of mine out by piling the furniture against the front door, I will, as sure as my name's Georgina Fawley." "I know you will, dear," I assented, kissing her. "And so I shall venture to leave you, while I go out to institute another little inquiry." "What inquiry?" I shook my head. "It's only a surmise," I said, hesitating. "I'll tell you about it later. I've had time to think while I've been coming back in the train, and I've thought of many things. Mount guard till I return, and mind you don't let Lord Southminster have access to anything." "I'll shoot him first, dear." And I believe she meant it. I drove on in the same cab to Harold's solicitor. There I laid my fresh doubts at once before him. He rubbed his bony hands. "You've hit it!" he cried, charmed. "My dear madam, you've hit it. I never did like that will. I never did like the signatures, the witnesses, the look of it. But what could I do? Mr. Tillington propounded it. Of course it wasn't my business to go dead against my own client." "Then you doubted Harold's honour, Mr. Hayes?" I cried, flushing. "Never," he answered, "never. I felt sure there must be some mistake somewhere, but not any trickery on your husband's part. Now, you supply the right clue. We must look into it immediately." He hurried round with me at once in the same cab to the court. The incriminated will had been impounded, as they call it, but, under certain restrictions and subject to the closest surveillance, I was allowed to examine it, with my husband's solicitor, before the eyes of the authorities. I looked at it long with the naked eye, and also with a small pocket lens. The paper, as I had noted before, was the same kind of foolscap as that which I had been in the habit of using at my office in Florence. And the typewriting, was it mine? The longer I looked at it, the more I doubted it. After a careful examination, I turned round to our solicitor. "Mr. Hayes," I said firmly, having arrived at my conclusion, "this is not the document I typewrote at Florence." "How do you know?" he asked. "A different machine? Some small peculiarity in the shape of the letters?" No, the rogue who typed this will was too cunning for that. He didn't allow himself to be foiled by such a scholar's mate. It is written with a spread eagle, the same sort of machine precisely as my own. I know the type perfectly, but I hesitated. "But what?" "Well, it's difficult to explain.
There is character in typewriting, just as there is in handwriting, only, of course, not quite so much of it. Every operator is liable to his own peculiar tricks and blunders. If I had some of my own typewritten manuscript here to show you, I could make that evident.
I can easily believe it. Individuality runs through all we do, however seemingly mechanical. But are the points of a sort that you could make clear to the satisfaction of a jury?
I think so. Look here, for example. Certain letters get habitually mixed up in typewriting. C and V stand next one another on the keyboard of the machine, and the person who typed this draft sometimes strikes a C instead of a V, or vice versa. I never do that. The letters I tend to confuse are S and W, or else C and R, which also come very near one another in the arbitrary arrangement. Besides, when I typewrote the original of this will, I made no errors at all. I took such very great pains about it.
And this person did make errors?
Yes, struck the wrong letter first, and then corrected it often by striking another rather hard on top of it. See, this was a V to begin with, and he turned it into a C. Besides, the hand that wrote this will is heavier than mine. It comes down, thump, 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 while mine glides lightly, and the hyphens are used with a space between them, and the character of the punctuation is not exactly as I make it.
Still, Mr. Hayes objected, we have nothing but your word. I'm afraid in such a case we could never induce a jury to accept your unsupported evidence.
I don't want them to accept it, I answered. I am looking this up for my own satisfaction. I want to know first who wrote this will, and of one thing I am quite clear. It is not the document I drew up for Mr. Ashurst. Just look at that X. The X alone is conclusive. My typewriter had the upper right-hand stroke of the small x badly formed or broken, while this one is perfect. I remember it well, because I used always to improve all my lower-case x's with a pen when I reread and corrected. I see their dodge clearly now. It is a most diabolical conspiracy. Instead of forging a will in Lord Southminster's favour, they have substituted a forgery for the real will, and then managed to make my poor Harold prove it.
In that case, no doubt, they have destroyed the real one, the original,
Mr. Hayes put in. I don't think so, I answered after a moment's deliberation. From what I know of Mr. Ashurst, I don't believe it is likely he would have left his will about carelessly anywhere. He was a secretive man, fond of mysteries and mystifications. He would be sure to conceal it. Besides, Lady Georgina and Harold have been taking care of everything in the house ever since he died.
But, Mr. Hayes objected, the forger of this document, supposing it to be forged, must have had access to the original, since you say the terms of the two are identical, only the signatures are forgeries, and if he saw and copied it, why might he not also have destroyed it?
A light flashed across me all at once. The forger did see the original, I cried, but not the fair copy. I have it now. I detect their trick. It comes back to me vividly. When I had finished typing the copy at Florence, from my first rough draft, which I had taken down on the machine before Mr. Ashurst's eyes, I remember now that I threw the original into the waste-paper basket. It must have been there that evening when Higginson called and asked for the will to take it back to Mr. Ashurst. He called for it, no doubt, hoping to open the packet before he delivered it, and make a copy of the document for this very purpose, but I refused to let him have it. Before he saw me, however, he had been left by himself for 10 minutes in the office, for I remember coming out to him and finding him there alone, and during that 10 minutes, being what he is, you may be sure he fished out the rough draft and appropriated it.
That is more than likely, my solicitor nodded. You are tracking him to his lair. We shall have him in our power.
I grew more and more excited as the whole cunning plot unravelled itself mentally step by step before me. He must then have gone on to Lord Southminster, I went on, and told him of the legacy he expected from Mr. Ashurst. It was £500, a mere trifle to Higginson, who plays for thousands. So he must have offered to arrange matters for Lord Southminster, if Southminster would consent to make good that sum, and a great deal more to him. That odious little cad told me himself on the Juma that they were engaged in pulling off a big coup between them. He thought that I would marry him, and that he would so secure my connivance in his plans. But who would marry such a piece of moist clay? Besides, I could never have taken any one but Harold. Then another clue came home to me. "Mr. Hayes!" I cried, jumping at it. "Higginson, who forged this will, never saw the real document itself at all. He saw only the draft of it. For Mr. Ashurst altered one word viva voce in the original at the last moment, and I made a pencil note of it on my cuff at the time. And see, it isn't here, though I inserted it in the final clean copy of the will, the word 'especially.' It grows upon me more and more each minute that the real instrument is hidden somewhere in Mr. Ashurst's house, Harold's house, our house, and that because it is there, Lord Southminster is so indecently anxious to oust his aunt and take instant possession."
"In that case," Mr. Hayes remarked, "we had better go back to Lady Georgina without 1 minute's delay, and while she still holds the house, institute a thorough search for it."
No sooner said than done. We jumped again into our cab and started. As we drove back, Mr. Hayes asked me where I thought we were most likely to find it. "In a secret drawer in Mr. Ashurst's desk," I answered, by a flash of instinct, without a second's hesitation.
"How do you know there's a secret drawer?"
"I don't know it. I infer it from my general knowledge of Mr. Ashurst's character. He loved secret drawers, ciphers, cryptograms, mystery-mongering."
"But it was in that desk that your husband found the forged document,"
the lawyer objected. Once more I had a flash of inspiration or intuition. "Because White, Mr. Ashurst's valet, had it in readiness in his possession," I answered, "and hid it there in the most obvious and unconcealed place he could find, as soon as the breath was out of his master's body. I remember now that Lord Southminster gave himself away to some extent in that matter. The hateful little creature isn't really clever enough for all his cunning, and with Higginson to back him, to mix himself up in such tricks as forgery. He told me at Aden he had had a telegram from Marmy's valet to report progress, and he received another, the night Mr. Ashurst died, at Muzaffarnagar. Depend upon it, White was more or less in this plot. Higginson left him the forged will when they started for India, and as soon as Mr. Ashurst died, White hid it where Harold was bound to find it."
"If so," Mr. Hayes answered, "that's well. We have something to go upon. The more of them the better. There is safety in numbers for the honest folk. I never knew 3 rogues hold long together, especially when threatened with a criminal prosecution. Their confederacy breaks down before the chance of punishment. Each tries to screen himself by betraying the others."
"Higginson was the soul of the plot," I went on. "Of that you may be sure. He's a wily old fox, but we'll run him to earth yet. The more I think of it, the more I feel sure from what I know of Mr. Ashurst's character, he would never have put that will in so exposed a place as the one where Harold says he found it." We drew up at the door of the disputed house just in time for the siege. Mr. Hayes and I walked in. We found Lady Georgina face to face with Lord Southminster. The opposing forces were still at the stage of preliminaries of warfare.
"Look here," the pea-green young man was observing in his drawling voice as we entered. "It's no use your talking, dear Georgie. This house is mine, and I won't have you meddling with it." "This house is not yours, you odious little scamp," his aunt retorted, raising her shrill voice some notes higher than usual. "And while I can hold a stick you shall not come inside it." "Very well, then. You drive me to hostilities, don't you know? I'm sorry to show disrespect to your grey hairs, if any, but I shall be obliged to call in the police to eject you."
"Call them in if you like," I answered, interposing between them. "Go out and get them. Mr. Hayes, while he's gone, send for a carpenter to break open the back of Mr. Ashurst's escritoire."
"A carpenter?" he cried, turning several degrees whiter than his pasty wont. "What for? A carpenter?"
I spoke distinctly. "Because we have reason to believe Mr. Ashurst's real will is concealed in this house in a secret drawer, and because the keys were in the possession of White, whom we believe to be your accomplice in this shallow conspiracy." He gasped and looked alarmed.
"No, you don't," he cried, stepping briskly forward. "You don't, I tell you. Break open Marmy's desk? Why, hang it all, it's my property." "We shall see about that after we've broken it open," I answered grimly. "Here, this screwdriver will do. The back's not strong. Now, your help, Mr. Hayes. 1, 2, 3. We can prise it apart between us." Lord Southminster rushed up and tried to prevent us, but Lady Georgina, seizing both wrists, held him tight as a vice with her dear skinny old hands. He writhed and struggled, all in vain. He could not escape her. "I've often spanked you, Bertie," she cried, "and if you attempt to interfere, I'll spank you again. That's the long and short of it." He broke from her and rushed out to call the police, I believe, and prevent our desecration of poor Marmy's property. Inside the first shell were several locked drawers, and 2 or 3 open ones, out of one of which Harold had fished the false will. Instinct taught me somehow that the central drawer on the left-hand side was the compartment behind which lay the secret receptacle. I prized it apart and peered about inside it. Presently I saw a slip panel, which I touched with one finger. The pigeon-hole flew open and disclosed a narrow slit. I clutched at something. The will. We turned it over and read it. It was my own fair copy, written at Florence, and bearing all the small marks of authenticity about it which I had pointed out to Mr. Hayes as wanting to the forged and impounded document. Fortunately, Lady Georgina and 4 of the servants had stood by throughout this scene, and had watched our demeanour as well as Lord Southminster's. We turned next to the signatures. The principal one was clearly Mr. Ashurst's. I knew it at once, his legible fat hand, Marmaduke Courtney Ashurst. And then the witnesses? They fairly took our breath away. "Why, Higginson's sister isn't one of them at all," Mr. Hayes cried, astonished. A flush of remorse came over me. I saw it all now. I had misjudged that poor woman. She had the misfortune to be a rogue's sister, but, as Harold had said, was herself a most respectable and blameless person. Higginson must have forged her name to the document, that was all, and she had naturally sworn that she never signed it. He knew her honesty. It was a master-stroke of rascality. "The other one isn't here either," I exclaimed, growing more puzzled. "The waiter at the hotel. Why, that's another forgery. Higginson must have waited till the man was safely dead, and then used him similarly. It was all very clever. Now who are these people who really witnessed it?" "The first one," Mr. Hayes said, examining the handwriting, "is Sir Roger Bland, the Dorsetshire baronet. He's dead, poor fellow, but he was at Florence at the time, and I can answer for his signature. He was a client of mine, and died at Mentone. The second is Captain Richards of the Mounted Police. He's living still, but he's away in South Africa." "Then they risked his turning up?" "If they knew who the real witnesses were at all, which is doubtful. You see, as you say, they may have seen the rough draft only." "Higginson would know," I answered. "He was with Mr. Ashurst at Florence at the time, and he would take good care to keep a watch upon his movements. In my belief it was he who suggested this whole plot to Lord Southminster." "Of course it was," Lady Georgina put in. "That's absolutely certain. Bertie's a rogue as well as a fool, but he's too great a fool to invent a clever roguery, and too great a knave not to join in it foolishly when anybody else takes the pains to invent it." "And it was a clever roguery," Mr. Hayes interposed. "An ordinary rascal would have forged a later will in Lord Southminster's favour and run the risk of detection. Higginson had the acuteness to forge a will exactly like the real one, and to let your husband bear the burden of the forgery. It was as sagacious as it was ruthless." "The next point," I said, "will be for us to prove it." At that moment the bell rang, and one of the house servants, all puzzled by this conflict of interests, came in with a telegram, which he handed to me on a salver. I broke it open without glancing at the envelope. Its contents baffled me. "My address is Hotel Bristol, Paris. Name as usual. Send me £1,000 on account at once. I can't afford to wait. No shilly-shallying." The message was unsigned. For a moment I couldn't imagine who sent it, or what it was driving at. Then I took up the envelope. "Viscount Southminster, 24 Park Lane North, London." My heart gave a jump.
I saw in a second that chance, or Providence, had delivered the conspirators into my hands that day. The telegram was from Higginson. I had opened it by accident. It was obvious what had happened. Lord Southminster must have written to him on the result of the trial and told him he meant to take possession of his uncle's house immediately. Higginson had acted on that hint, and addressed his telegram where he thought it likely Lord Southminster would receive it earliest. I had opened it in error, and that too was fortunate, for even in dealing with such a pack of scoundrels it would never have occurred to me to violate somebody else's correspondence, had I not thought it was addressed to me. But having arrived at the truth thus unintentionally, I had, of course, no scruples about making full use of my information. I showed the dispatch at once to Lady Georgina and Mr. Hayes. They recognised its importance. "What next?" I inquired. "Time presses. At 3:30 Harold comes up for examination at Bow Street." Mr. Hayes was ready with an apt expedient.
"Ring the bell for Mr. Ashurst's valet," he said quietly. "The moment has now arrived when we can begin to set these conspirators by the ears. As soon as they learn that we know all, they will be eager to inform upon one another."
I rang the bell. "Send up White," I said. "We wish to speak to him." The valet stole up, self-accused, a timid, servile creature, rubbing his hands nervously and suspecting mischief. He was a rat in trouble. He had thin brown hair, neatly brushed and plastered down, so as to make it still thinner, and his face was the average, narrow, cunning face of the dishonest manservant. It had an ounce of wile in it to a pound or two of servility. He seemed just the sort of rogue meanly to join in an underhand conspiracy, and then meanly to back out of it. You could read at a glance that his principle in life was to save his own bacon. He advanced, fumbling his hands all the time, and smiling and fawning.
"You wish to see me, sir?"
he murmured in a deprecatory voice, looking sideways at Lady Georgina and me, but addressing the lawyer.
"Yes, White, I wish to see you. I have a question to ask you. Who put the forged will in Mr. Ashurst's desk? Was it you or some other person?"
The question terrified him. He changed colour and gasped, but he rubbed his hands harder than ever, and affected a sickly smile.
"Oh, sir, how should I know, sir? I had nothing to do with it. I suppose it was Mr. Tillington."
Our lawyer pounced upon him like a hawk on a titmouse.
"Don't prevaricate with me, sir," he said sternly. "If you do, it may be worse for you. This case has assumed quite another aspect. It is you and your associates who will be placed in the dock, not Mr. Tillington. You had better speak the truth. It is your one chance, I warn you. Lie to me, and instead of calling you as a witness for our case, I shall include you in the indictment."
White looked down uneasily at his shoes and cowered. "Oh, sir, I don't understand you."
"Yes, you do. You understand me, and you know I mean it. Wriggling is useless. We intend to prosecute. We have unravelled this vile plot. We know the whole truth. Higginson and Lord Southminster forged a will between them."
"Oh, no, sir, not Lord Southminster. His lordship, I'm sure—" Mr. Hayes' keen eye had noted the subtle shade of distinction and admission, but he said nothing openly.
"Well, then, Higginson forged, and Lord Southminster accepted a false will, which purported to be Mr. Marmaduke Ashurst's. Now follow me clearly. That will could not have been put into the escritoire during Mr. Ashurst's life, for there would have been risk of his discovering it. It must, therefore, have been put there afterward. The moment he was dead, you, or somebody else with your consent and connivance, slipped it into the escritoire, and you afterwards showed Mr. Tillington the place where you had set it, or seen it set, leading him to believe it was Mr. Ashurst's will, and so involved him in all this trouble. Note that that was a felonious act. We accuse you of felony. Do you mean to confess and give evidence on our behalf, or will you force me to send for a policeman to arrest you?"
The cur hesitated still. "Oh, sir," drawing back and fumbling his hands on his breast, "you don't mean it." Mr. Hayes was prompt.
"Hesselgrave, go for a policeman."
That curt sentence brought the rogue on his marrow bones at once. He clasped his hands and debated inwardly. "If I tell you all I know," he said at last, looking about him with an air of abject terror, as if he thought Lord Southminster or Higginson would hear him.
Will you promise not to prosecute me?" His tone became insinuating. "For £100 I could find the real will for you. You'd better close with me. To-day is the last chance. As soon as his lordship comes in, he'll hunt it up and destroy it." I flourished it before him, and pointed with one hand to the broken desk, which he had not yet observed in his craven agitation. "We do not need your aid," I answered. "We have found the will ourselves. Thanks to Lady Georgina, it is safe till this minute." "And to me," he put in, cringing, trying after his kind to curry favour with the winners at the last moment. "It's all my doing, my lady. I wouldn't destroy it. His lordship offered me £100 more to break open the back of the desk at night, while your ladyship was asleep, and burn the thing quietly, but I told him he must do his own dirty work if he wanted it done. It wasn't good enough while your ladyship was here in possession. Besides, I wanted the right will preserved, for I thought things might turn up so, and I wouldn't stand by and see a gentleman like Mr. Tillington, as has always behaved well to me, deprived of his inheritance." "Which is why you conspired with Lord Southminster to rob him of it, and to send him to prison for Higginson's crime," I interposed calmly. "Then you confess you put the forged will there?" Mr. Hayes said, getting to business. White looked about him helplessly. He missed his headpiece, the instigator of the plot. "Well, it was like this, my lady," he began, turning to Lady Georgina and wriggling to gain time. "You see, his lordship and Mr. Higginson—" He twirled his thumbs and tried to invent something plausible. Lady Georgina swooped. "No rigmarole," she said sharply. "Do you confess you put it there, or do you not, reptile?" Her vehemence startled him. "Yes, I confess I put it there," he said at last, blinking. "As soon as the breath was out of Mr. Ashurst's body, I put it there." He began to whimper. "I'm a poor man with a wife and family, sir," he went on, "though in Mr. Ashurst's time I always kept that quiet, and his lordship offered to pay me well for the job, and when you're paid well for a job yourself, sir—" Mr. Hayes waved him off with one imperious hand. "Sit down in the corner there, man, and don't move or utter another word," he said sternly, "until I order you. You will be in time still for me to produce at Bow Street?" Just at that moment Lord Southminster swaggered back, accompanied by a couple of unwilling policemen. "Oh, I say," he cried, bursting in and staring around him, jubilant. "Look here, Georgie. Are you going quietly, or must I ask these coppers to evict you?" He was wreathed in smiles now, and had evidently been fortifying himself with brandies and soda. Lady Georgina rose in her wrath. "Yes, I'll go if you wish it, Bertie," she answered with calm irony. "I'll leave the house as soon as you like, for the present, till we come back with Harold and his policeman to evict you. This house is Harold's. Your game is played, boy." She spoke slowly. "We have found the other will. We have discovered Higginson's present address in Paris, and we know from White how he and you arranged this little conspiracy." She rapped out each clause in this last accusing sentence with deliberate effect, like so many pistol shots. Each bullet hit home. The pea-green young man, drawing back and staring, stroked his shadowy moustache with feeble fingers in undisguised astonishment. Then he dropped into a chair and fixed his gaze blankly on Lady Georgina. "Well, this is a fair knock-out," he ejaculated, fatuously disconcerted. "I wish Higginson was here. I really don't quite know what to do without him. That fella had squared it all up so neatly, don't you know, that I thought there couldn't be any sort of hitch in the proceedings." "You reckoned without Lois," Lady Georgina said calmly. "Ah, Miss Cayley. That's true. I mean Mrs. Tillington. Yes, yes. I know she's a deuced clever person for a woman now, isn't she?" It was impossible to take this flabby creature seriously, even as a criminal. Lady Georgina's lips relaxed. "Deuced clever," she admitted, looking at me almost tenderly. but not quite so clever, don't you know, as Higginson." "There you make your bloomin' little error," Mr. Hayes burst in, adopting one of Lord Southminster's favourite witticisms, the sort of witticism that improves like poetry by frequent repetition. "Policeman, you may go into the next room and wait. This is a family affair. We have no immediate need of you." "Oh, certainly," Lord Southminster echoed, very much relieved. "Very proper sentiment. Most undesirable that the constables should mix themselves up in a family matter like this. Not the place for inferiors." "Then why introduce them?" Lady Georgina burst out, turning on him. He smiled his fatuous smile. "That's just what I say," he answered. "Why the deuce introduce them? But don't snap my head off." The policemen withdrew respectfully, glad to be relieved of this unpleasant business, where they could gain no credit, and might possibly involve themselves in a charge of assault. Lord Southminster rose with a benevolent grin and looked about him pleasantly. The brandies and soda had endowed him with irrepressible cheerfulness. "Well, I think I'll leave now, Georgie. You've trumped my ace, you know. Nasty trick of White to go and round on a fella. I don't like the turn this business is taking. Seems to me the only way I have left to get out of it is to turn Queen's evidence." Lady Georgina planted herself firmly against the door. "Bertie," she cried, "no you don't. Not till we've got what we want out of you." He gazed at her blandly. His face broke once more into an imbecile smile. "You always were a rough 'un, Georgie. Your hand did sting. Well, what do you want now? We've each played our cards, and you needn't cut up rusty over it, especially when you're winning. Hang it all, I wish I had Higginson here to tackle you." "If you go to see the Treasury people, or the Solicitor General, or the Public Prosecutor, or whoever else it may be," Lady Georgina said stoutly, "Mr. Hayes must go with you. We've trumped your ace, as you say, and we mean to take advantage of it. And then you must trundle yourself down to Bow Street afterwards, confess the whole truth, and set Harold at liberty." "Oh, I say now, Georgie, the whole truth, the whole bloomin' truth. That's really what I call humiliating a fella." "If you don't, we arrest you this minute. 14 years' imprisonment." 14 years? He wiped his forehead. "Oh, I say. How deuced uncomfortable. I was never much good at doing anything by the sweat of my brow. I ought to have lived in the Garden of Eden. Georgie, you're hard on a chap when he's down on his luck. It would be confounded cruel to send me to 14 years at Portland." "You would have sent my husband to it," I broke in angrily, confronting him. "What? You too, Miss Cayley? I mean Mrs. Tillington? Don't look at me like that. Tigers aren't in it." His jauntiness disarmed us. However wicked he might be, one felt it would be ridiculous to imprison this schoolboy. A sound flogging and a month's deprivation of wine and cigarettes was the obvious punishment designed for him by nature. "You must go down to the police court and confess this whole conspiracy," Lady Georgina went on after a pause, as sternly as she was able. "I prefer, if we can, to save the family, even you, Bertie. But I can't any longer save the family honour, I can only save Harold's. You must help me to do that, and then you must give me your solemn promise, in writing, to leave England for ever, and go to live in South Africa." He stroked the invisible moustache more nervously than before. That penalty came home to him. "What? Leave England for ever? Newmarket? Ascot? The club? The music halls?" "Or 14 years' imprisonment." "Georgie, you spank as hard as ever." "Decide at once, or we arrest you." He glanced about him feebly. I could see he was longing for his lost confederate. "Well, I'll go," he said at last, sobering down, "and your solicitor can trot round with me. I'll do all that you wish, though I call it most unfriendly. Hang it all, 14 years would be so beastly unpleasant.
We drove forthwith to the proper authorities, who, on hearing the facts, at once arranged to accept Lord Southminster and White as Queen's evidence, neither being the actual forger. We also telegraphed to Paris to have Higginson arrested, Lord Southminster giving us up his assumed name with the utmost cheerfulness and without one moment's compunction. Mr. Hayes was quite right. Each conspirator was only too ready to save himself by betraying his fellows. Then we drove on to Bow Street, Lord Southminster consoling himself with a cigarette on the way, just in time for Harold's case, which was to be taken by special arrangement at 3:30. A very few minutes sufficed to turn the tables completely on the conspirators. Harold was discharged, and a warrant was issued for the arrest of Higginson, the actual forger. He had drawn up the false will and signed it with Mr. Ashurst's name, after which he had presented it for Lord Southminster's approval. The pea-green young man told his tale with engaging frankness.
"Bertie's a simple Simon,"
Lady Georgina commented to me.
"but he's also a rogue, and Higginson saw his way to make excellent capital of him in both capacities. First use him as a cat's paw, and then blackmail him."
On the steps of the police court, as we emerged triumphantly, Lord Southminster met us, still radiant as ever. He seemed wholly unaware of the depths of his iniquity. A fresh dose of brandy had restored his composure.
"Look here," he said, "Harold, your wife has bested me. Jolly good thing for you that you managed to get hold of such a clever woman. If you hadn't, dear boy, you'd have found yourself in Queer Street. But I say, Lois, I call you Lois because you're my cousin now, you know. You were backing the wrong man after all, as I told you. For if you'd backed me, all this wouldn't have come out, and you'd have got the tin and been a countess as well, after the governor's dead and gone, don't you see? You'd have landed the double event, so you'd have pulled off a better thing for yourself in the end, as I said, if you'd laid your bottom dollar on me for a winner."
Higginson is now doing 14 years at Portland. Harold and I are happy in the sweetest place in Gloucestershire, and Lord Southminster, blissfully unaware of the contempt with which the rest of the world regards him, is shooting big game among his boys in South Africa. Indeed, he bears so little malice that he sent us a present of a trophy of horns for our hall last winter. The End. End of Chapter 12. Recorded by Goldfish. End of Miss Cayleys' Adventures by Grant Allen.